Maybe.
Okay, well then hold off and just wait a little bit. Yeah.
Before I was trying to turn off the other meeting.
It's embarrassing.
Yeah.
Mr. Reese, how are you? We'll be out y'all's way shortly.
They don't know how I feel about it.
We're supporting this water.
Yeah.
I guess we ought to just kind of just say, hey, I'm gonna grow it. Where's our in-bar man right over there? You think your phone rings now?
All right, we're good. All right, I'm used to saying good morning, but Lord have mercy. I'm going to say good afternoon to everybody. Today is Monday, June the 10th, 2025. It's about 5:03 p.m. Gonzales County Commissioners Court will now be back in session. We had recessed yesterday evening till 5 p.m. today. So we are here on behalf of the county, and after this, we will have one action item which will be discussed and consider the effects of the decision made by the Gonzales County Underground Water Conservation District and its impact on Gonzales County. So at this time, we were just not being recessed, but we will be here. We called this meeting so that all of the commissioners and myself could be here in the same room at the same time. So anything further from our council? Mr. Escobar, we're good? All right, we'll turn it all over to Gonzales County Underground Water District. I know their meeting is not till 5:30. We just didn't want to conflict with theirs, so we just did that. So everybody just sit back and relax for about 30 minutes. For those of you that need to know, the girls' restroom or the ladies' restroom is here on this floor. Let me get that straight before I get in trouble. The men's restroom will be in the basement, and there's also a ladies' restroom in the basement if anybody does not know.
close it.
We can't
No,
talk
clear,
about
no, this is y'all's meeting. We just adjourned today, so we should all be here. So we call the deal. Okay, our county attorney.
somebody
Good
told her
with that?
Okay.
Yes.
I'm gonna stand up at the end of this meeting and say, I don't know who stuck this bologna sausage, but it stops right here and right now. Small-minded people, I swear. What the hell? Why did you do that? I got chicken last night or yesterday afternoon. Laura said, what's the right word? Had an adjournment meeting, and they're going to be here with us tonight. So anyway, I don't know how to roll rocks across the road. I will find out from the county commissioner. County commissioner, three times. Roll the rocks across the road. They have to pass a final budget, and they have to limited working on it. After that, they have no influence on the slightest. The only influence they have on me is setting my land taxes. Pisses me off regularly. They can buy every old barrel of building in town, take it off the tax roll, spend millions of dollars on it.
I did
We're pretty close to that now.
Yeah. So far with this 7 pages, I've only got 17.
Okay, I've got it.
That's good, but I just didn't know where to stop the stop. No, what is the?
I think probably.
I figured I would delay 10 minutes.
Okay, I think that's fine. I wouldn't go so much past that because they came here to come speak to the board. The longer we delay them speaking to the board, the faster we get it.
Yeah. But if I guess where I was, if there's anybody out there that wants to speak,
I understand.
I can do that.
You can't make all the people happy all the time.
I want to hear you. Hey, as long as you keep me out of trouble for running the meeting the correct way, I'm in good shape.
Okay, you're fine. I'll do what I can. talking to one of your little face masks?
No,
Are you typing?
I'm a typer.
Okay.
I'm not a face masker.
Oh, me. She wrote a letter and said, lower the hydrology, lower the law, just deny the program. I want to go to her and I want to say, hey, I'm supposed to get 50 days. Hurts my feelings. Can you not evict me and go to law? Because my feelings are going to be hurt. It doesn't make any difference if it's not over the marshal.
These chairs feel low to me. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
There's plenty of room. Plenty of room.
I mean, it probably hurt to have a few from the ones that need to sit.
Were you at home about noonish today? Did you hear all the thunder and carrying on? I wish that was Southwest Beer House here still. No, I didn't hear it. There was a lot of thunder and good thunder. I think it was the Wilson County. Right by me. Right by me. I can see the lightning in the house. 304 Interstate 10, you didn't make it to my house, and it drifted southeast while I got that's where my son lives. I got some land over here. He said he got a pattern in the dust when a lightning struck a tree about 50 feet in his house.
I saw neighbors in Denver, like three this morning, still waiting for big heavy storms coming by. And there's still a chance tonight.
Supposed to do the same exact thing. Farm up about ground and out Del Rio and move across this tonight. We'll see. Well, I guess next time we're going to hold this out there.
Rick. At some point, are you going to announce what you shared with me, or how is that going to be revealed? At some point, you're going to reveal what you shared with me to this audience.
I don't get to make that decision, so when it comes up, I'll say it to the board.
Okay.
My recommendation is not take a vote, but continue to pursue. Okay?
Do we need a motion to table it until next meeting?
Continue. I'm saying just continue. Continue the hearing to the next meeting.
That's it.
I don't know.
Excuse me. I want to inform everyone we're going to be starting in about 1 minute. So if everybody can kind of find a spot that they can find, and as soon as it gets ready to roll, we'll be rolling. So. Okay. Time I get to it. Yeah.
No, I have a little mic there, but I'm just gonna, hopefully be able to hear them. It looked like they had a microphone to talk into.
I don't think they do.
All right, good evening, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started. The first item of business tonight is going to be the public hearing on the draft rules. When I'm gonna go off of the sign-in sheets. If you request to speak on the draft rules, let me know and I'll mark you. You will be able to speak at both portions of the meeting tonight if you wish, but the first part is going to be on the draft rules. I'll do my best to pronounce everybody's name correctly and call you up front. When you come to the podium, please say, what?
We can't hear you.
Other than me yelling, that's all I'm gonna have.
You can yell.
Okay. Do what?
Microphone's right in front of you, green light.
That?
Talk on that. Move closer.
A little closer to you.
Okay. Any better? Okay, sorry about that. Like I said, everybody that has signed up that has chose to speak during public comment, I will call upon you. You can speak at both portions if you wish, separately on each one. When I call you up, please come to the podium over here to my right and state your first and last name clearly so it can be recorded. With that being, and I'm gonna probably do, for tonight, we're gonna do 3 minutes of speaking. And so if you know you signed up to speak, be prepared for your name to be called. When you hit the podium and you announce your name, your clock will start. So with the first item on agenda, I'm gonna ask for comments, and the first one that I got on my list for tonight is Deidre Voigt.
Bit tricky on page 9. Somebody took page 9.
Thank you for the thought.
But none of them
No.
Let it out.
Hello, hello.
There you go. There you go.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Can you hear it?
Yeah, it's coming through.
I don't know if any of you received my handle. Oh, Deidre Boyd, Gonzales County resident, property owner, farm owner. What else do you need?
That should be it.
Okay, I'm talking slow because I had a stroke last month, 2 months ago. So give me 30 more seconds maybe. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I don't know if you received my hand-delivered letter. You don't have public emails, and this is very problematic to having an open government. I'd like to officially go on the record and request the district contact Golden Crescent Council of Governments to prepare a legal election map that includes legal boundaries by district, all federal, state, and county roads, major rivers, creeks, railroads, and any cities. If anyone has advised you the district's 1990s era map that the public is directed to during an election is proper, that person is abundantly ill-advised and has never properly handled an election. The map is not legal that you direct the public to. The new legal map should be available for public access no later than 180 days prior to your and our next election cycle. For decades, Texas has continued to grow short of water. Hydrologists and economists have strongly been warning of Texas' growing water shortage. This matter is now at critical. Do you, board members, not keep up with current events regarding the topic of your elected duties? Folks are here today because we realize the need to remind you of your elected duties, the reason our district was created, and to listen to us, not the bureaucrats. Our great-grandchildren are going to be here when these outsiders are long gone. Do not rely on the people that may be in this for self-interest reasons or not really concerned about our future, or they're just ill-advised. Two very important questions each of you need to carefully consider before voting on this application of GBRA. How is providing more water to an exporter going to benefit taxpayers and water consumers in Gonzales County the next 25 to 50 years? How would granting outside permits be living up to your elected duty are the absolute reasons our district was wisely created? You are our only representation. You are our voice. Your duty is to preserve, protect, and conserve our water for future generations. Water is worth more than temporary money from permit fees. Don't be blinded by revenues or our one-sided recommendations or even threats that do not have our best interests at heart. We will never get back what you permit out today. We need the benefits of having availability to our precious water for our grandchildren's homes, local business growth, farms, ranches, and future needs. You're the only voice we have. There is nowhere else for us to go get water. Please stand with your neighbors. A politician merely cares about the next election. A statesman cares about the next generation. Be a statesman for us. Make this hard decision today. It's been on the table far too long. I believe you know what is right for our future. Do not grant any outside permit applications or the biased proposed rules that you have in front of you. Please oppose granting any outside permits of our precious water and the short-sighted proposed rules. Thank you for your consideration, and I'll give you a copy of my letter. And you're a board member? Thank you.
Okay, next name on the list that chose to speak, Judge Davis. You want to speak on the rules?
No, I just speak on public comment. I'm sorry I'm sweating, but I'm trying to get here. All right. Good evening to all of y'all on the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you as you sit as members on the board tonight for the Gonzales County Underground Water Conservation District. I'm here not only as a landowner in Gonzales County, but also your elected county judge, and I would like to express some serious concerns about the future of our underground water resources. Water is not just a commodity. It's a lifeline for the citizens, the farmers, the ranchers, and any of the industries that we have here in Gonzales County. It must be managed for long-term benefit for our community. The Guadalupe Blanco River Authority, GBRA, has already been granted a significant share of our underground water. Now they're seeking more. I have to ask, what is GBR doing to support Gonzales County in return? Let me remind you that we have 2 dams that are no longer functioning and 2 dry lakes, directly tied to GBRA's management. When they assumed the control of these dams, it became with the responsibility to maintain them. This clearly has not happened. It is hard to see GBRA's actions as anything other than self-serving. They are not acting in the best interest of Gonzales County and our citizens. They, in turn, are extracting a vital resource and giving little or nothing back. I urge the board to revisit your mission, clearly states it on your website, to conserve, protect, preserve, and prevent waste of groundwater resources for the needs, to preserve the groundwater resources for the needs of our citizens and ensure growth for all of our future generations. So look around the room here. Since the last meeting, you've seen numerous blue and white signs that appeared all across the county, calling on keeping our water here. The people here tonight, I don't believe, are just spectators. They are your neighbors, they're your voters, and they're your responsibility. And taxpayers, I understand that. Let me ask a question. So I know there's a lot of people in here that have not signed up tonight, but I want to be your voice, all right? So to be your voice, I'm going to ask so that you don't have to get up here and speak. By a show of hands, who wants to keep our water here in our county? Is there anybody that opposes? I don't think we have any. So, on behalf of myself and the entire Commissioners Court, we strongly urge the board, please do not permit any further groundwater to GBRA. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Next one, Ted Borak. Rules are meeting.
Hello, I'm Ted Borak. Close to my mouth. How's that? Yeah. I am Ted Borak, and I'm a landowner in Gonzales County. My place is north of Welder on FM 1296. I am extremely concerned about the rules and the whole process. The rules, as they have been drafted, are totally disconnected from the mission. And you've already heard it from 2 other speakers. But the mission of the district is, if you look at the last sentence, to provide for the needs of the citizens and ensure growth for future generations. Yes. Yes. That is not possible with the rules as they are drafted, and we are already in very deep trouble because I have submitted comments extensively over the last year, and they are still not reflected in the rules. One of the huge problems we have, this is the GBRA permit application. These lines represent the drawdown that will occur from their pumping. If you look at these little tan rectangles, okay, those are leased properties. All right? They are not contiguous together. They're spread out far and wide. And what you see
I can't hear you.
there are huge empty spaces in here. And in fact, in some areas, there is no leased property, and these are huge drawdown areas. Those areas represent massive pumping and taking of groundwater from people that are not getting paid. And their land is impacted. So you don't sell your water rights, but that's okay. Your neighbor who leased is basically selling your water for you. That's not fair. All right? And so I have submitted comments to get that addressed. It's been totally ignored by this board. Based upon what I've been told by the district, the board rules have been drafted by 2 members of the board, a 2-man committee. It takes 3 to make a quorum, so you don't have to do it in public, I guess. Board member, Mr. St. John, I believe he represents Precinct 2. I did an open records request, and it turns out that Mr. St. John has at least at one point, signed a 140-acre groundwater lease with Shirt Seguin Local Government Corporation. Shirt Seguin has the distinction of having the largest, and I don't see it here, largest groundwater permit, here it is, in the district. All right, here's a list of them. The Shirt Seguin project, right there. The other man of the 2-man committee is Barry Miller, and Barry Miller has mentioned or admitted in the March 11th hearing this year on GBRA that he had a conflict of interest with the project originally, and that he had also had ex parte communications during the protested hearing on the GBRA permit application. So he's conflicted. And so these 2 permits are the biggest permits written by this district. It's over 4,000 acre feet a year of permitted groundwater that is exported out of here, or potentially under their permits. And so the 2 guys that are writing the rules in coordination with their attorney, Greg Ellis, who has claimed some attorney-client privilege.
Ted, are you getting close to
I want to wrap it up.
Wrap it up.
So these rules as they are written today, as far as I can tell, they violate the conflict of interest rules, and they don't address the landowner concerns and comments. They cannot be approved legally, and we need to have a real workshop where folks can come in and you can lay out your issues and get them addressed in the rules by your elected representative. Thank you.
Okay, the next person, I think, I'm a little confused on the yes or no. Jerry Biddle? Biddle? Nope, no speaking? Okay. Next one coming down. Yeah, but nobody. What's she? You can. Yeah, hang on, just hang on. Well, I'm working on it. Okay, all right, I'm gonna allow, if you have signed up to speak and you don't want to speak, you can pass your time on to somebody else. But if you have not signed up, you cannot opt to give your time to them. Fair enough? Okay. So, Ted, you got 3 more minutes. And I kept it to, I gave you 4.5 last, so I'm gonna hold this one to 3.
I understand that. Thank you, sir. I would like to point attention to the April 8th letter that I submitted to the district, to the general manager. It was addressed to all the board members and also the attorney for the district, Mr. Greg Ellis. And in that letter, it's 4 pages, I raised concerns about open meetings, disclosure of what's driving these rules and why they're drafted, and the justification of why they're drafted the way they are. The district has provided the rules comment form, in which if you're submitting from the general public, if you're submitting a concern about a rule, you provide your description and your reasoning, justification for why you want the rule. We don't see that from the district. The district submitted 14 pages of draft rules, but we don't have a justification document. And it's clear when you read the rules that they are substantially in favor of the exporters that are sending water out, and not in favor of the landowners and the small towns that are in Gonzales County. For example, there is no mitigation plan for the public supply wells that serve the townships within the groundwater district. That is incredibly unfair. So we need to get those types of things fixed. I had spelled that out along with the conflict of interest issues, and I went to the time to write that and put it to the district. I have received no response from that. I would appreciate a response in that in writing, and I address specific problems with the code and with laws and applicable rules. So thank you.
Thank you, Ted. Okay, next person, Jeanette Sefji.
Good evening. My name is Jeanette Sefji. I'm a resident, rancher, landowner in Gonzales County near Guadalupe County line. Since I've been in Gonzales County in 2008, we have experienced water well issues with our residents, such as pumping sand, mud, clogging systems, clogging filters, hydrogen sulfide. The only resource we had was to put in a holding tank to hold the water to dissipate the problems we were experiencing. All of that started around 2012. Of course, we were going through a large drought. But we were also experiencing a large export of water to San Antonio through SAWS wells that are south of us. They may not be owned by SAWS, but they are exporting for SAWS. I do not have the elaborate eloquence that previous speakers have spoken, but I firmly agree and support with everything that Deidre Voigt has said, Judge Davis, and Mr. Boriak. This is a consolidated effort to get your attention to follow your mission statement as it is written and do the right thing for the citizens and residents, property owners of Gonzales County, and forget about the business end of this. Take care of what matters most, the people here. Thank you.
Okay, next one, is it Gary Sefji?
Well, I'm not a public speaker, and I don't need this. Pretty much everybody knows me. I'm Gary Sefji. I worked in this county for 15 years. I own property on the west side. That was my previous speaker, my wife. Yeah, okay. Now, she said we have to deal with SAWS in Caldwell County, whoever has wells down south of us, and that is a fact. Do we pump sand? That is a fact. Did it start after the wells came in? That is a fact. Can I prove that they did it? No. But if they want to shut their wells off for a couple of months, I'll be happy to see if my sand goes away. It is inevitable. You pump water out of the aquifer, there's gonna be less in there, and what is in there is gonna move faster, it's gonna stir dirt up, and whoever's downstream is gonna get mud. Not necessarily downstream, maybe upstream, because it moves faster up there too. So, what are we getting out of this? What does Gonzales County get out of giving our water away? I pay taxes for water for y'all that board. Do they pay taxes to y'all? What are we getting? We're not getting anything. We're losing on every end. So where does it stop? GBRA wants, what, 9,000 acres? Okay. When they come back next year and want another 10,000 acres, we're going to approve that too? Or 20,000 acres? Where does it stop at? It's got to stop somewhere or we're not going to have any water, folks. We, much less next generation or the generation after that. Somewhere it's got to stop. You're the stopping board. You're supposed to be looking after us, not we shouldn't have to be here. This could never have come up as a subject. If we're not gaining anything, why are we doing it? Nobody does something for nothing. GBRA is not going to give that water away. So why are we giving that water away?
Gary Scribner? Like I said, I'll do my best not to butcher names, but.
Hello, I'm Gary Schreiber. I live over by Belmont. I'm going to divert my time to Ted Boriak. Keep our water here.
Okay, are we still on rules?
Yeah, we ain't, the rule meeting is still open.
Rules, okay, appreciate it, thank you, sir. One of the rules.
There we go. Thank you. I'm losing. I want to raise a real concern about one rule in particular that has been just totally destructive. And that is that the general manager can solely determine whether or not a permit application, we're talking about the big permit applications, is administratively complete. This does relate to the GBRA permit application, but it's actually any big permit. And there's a lot of stuff that goes into a big permit application. You have to have groundwater models, you got to have notices, you have just all manner of things that have to be tucked away according to the water code. It's a big job. And unfortunately what's happened in recent experience is you have this job being delegated to one person who really could use a whole team to fully evaluate a permit like that. But the rules allow, or in fact delegate it, all to this one person who is not a registered engineer or a qualified hydrogeologist or has, all that technical background. It requires third-party groundwater modeling to be prepared engaged by a firm, engaged by the district. And so what we find is this big permit application did not go through and have all the components necessary that are required by the district rules and by the law. And that needs to be changed so that all of the board members get to join in on it and make sure that full evaluation is done. Compliance with the management plan is a real big deal. There's a lot of things in the management plan in order to make sure that this project as proposed, or any project that's proposed, does not do harm to the district and meets the mission of the district. But that's a big rule. And I don't see that change despite all of the fortunes spent on attorneys and experts in literally years of work that have gone into dealing with this GBRA permit application. It's still left the same, and that's wrong. It needs to be fixed so that the whole board is responsible for that administratively complete determination. Thank you.
Okay. I have no choice but to butcher this name. I can't read the writing. I think it's a D-R.
I would say that was Donnie Ray Brzezowski.
Is that you, Donnie?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I
I was guessing it was, but I was struggling.
It looks like, can you hear me now? It looks like everybody's touched on everything I had to say. I'm the commissioner. For y'all that don't know me, I'm Donnie Brzezowski. I'm the commissioner in Precinct 2 from the Welder area, east of here, where these GBR wells are. I hope that y'all take in consideration not to approve this stuff. Right now, we have a complex coming in. There's going to be 102 home sites. Every one of those is going to have a water well. That's up there at Thompsonville. If you go from there to Mount Eden, there's another complex that's 18 home sites. They're all going to have water wells. Right now, we have the Cal Maine, City of Welder, J&B, all our big businesses up there pull off that water, off the water. And it's important that we keep these things going and we don't take this water away from our ranchers and stuff. It's just, we've got to do something, and it's up to y'all. Y'all are sitting there. We put y'all there. And you know, I want you to think about it. Think about our people years ago when they stood on the riverbank and said, come and take it. Don't make us have to hang a flag up if y'all vote this down that says we gave it away. Come and give it away. We need to stop this now. And it's up to you. So I think you need to quit dragging your feet and let's go on and vote no on this and stand up to these people. Because GBRA is getting pressure from Austin. They're wanting this water because they've sold more water than they've got. That's right. Thank y'all.
Okay, I'm just going to confirm this one. I think it's a no, but Emily Rogers, did you not want to speak or did you want to speak? Okay. Okay, she's actually, Deidre, I was clarifying because it more heavily marked on no or not, so I am running the meeting too. Next, Keith Richardson.
Well, we're up here again. Same old thing. You were all wondering where everybody was at. Well, you poked the bear. The bear's here. People don't want this. My name's Keith Richardson. Is that better? Okay. My name's Keith Richardson. I'm a fourth generation Gonzales resident. Born and raised here. Proud of it. You're giving away our livelihood. You need to think about it. Everybody's pretty much hit the high spots. They took my speech away from me. I want to congratulate everybody on what they had to say. And y'all sort of took the words out of my mouth. But the guys writing the rules and regulations are sort of like letting the foxes in the hen house. But I think it's more like a skunk in the outhouse. So y'all need to sit back and think about it. Our time on this earth is a whole lot less in front of us than it is behind us. We want to leave it in better shape for our kids and our grandkids and the generations to follow. And if we don't do it, we can't grow. Like Donnie said, you got people needing water everywhere. Everybody's water well's going to crap. There's not an artesian well left in this county that flows anymore. They said, it's not a problem. We'll give you some pumps to pump it. Damn water ain't there to have anyway. What are we going to do? Think about it. Think about our generations. Thank you for your time. Thank you, everybody.
Mr. Joe Solansky.
Again, thanks. My name is Joe Solonsky. I've been a resident of, This close? All right. Anyway, Joe Solonsky, I've been in the Gonzales area since 1980 and enjoyed this community big time, this county. And again, I also come from an irrigated country and I actually worked on water wells. And I ain't talking about the little 3 and 4 inch pipe. We talking about 8 and 10 and 12 inch pipe. And so I know what happens when you start drawing down the aquifer. You start pulling all the BS. I said the same thing last time at the meeting, but you start drawing up all the BS, and which is no good. And all the comments that's been up there before me, I totally agree with them. But one term I think they should have included in their speech was quality water.
Dale Schellenberg.
Thank you, board members, for allowing me to speak. I'm Dale Schellenberg. I have property in the Wrightsboro and the I-10 304 area. Both locations have water wells that have now got sulfur and a rotten egg smell that they have never had before. Many new wells have been recently drilled in my area by developers cutting up land and starting new subdivisions. They're popping up everywhere. My message to GBRA is GBRA, as you well know, GBRA is in the water retail business. If they have nothing to sell, then there's no profit to be made. GBRA recently seated a new director from Hayes County. Guess what? She's the CEO of the Buda Economic Development Corporation. How convenient is that? But also unethical, in my opinion. The Colorado River Basin is also in that area. I came home from Buda recently on 2001. I think y'all know that road. Roofs in a subdivision are all the same grayish color. Why is that? Thousands of new homes, all blending in with the land and the sky. Just a coincidence, you think? There was a subdivision entrance with large cascading waterfalls on the sides of the entrance. Seeing that was just like a slap in the face to me. In my opinion, everything GBRA does in Gonzales County has been a damn train wreck. H4, H5. H4 and H5 left destroyed. Lakewood and Lake Gonzales gone. Look at Canyon Lake being sucked dry. Disasters they just walk away from. But what is GBRA giving back to Gonzales? Anybody want to answer that? Wastewater from the sewer plants put back in the river and sent downstream to us. Thank you for that. Look at the huge new subdivisions going in east of Seguin on Highway 90 near Geronimo Creek in Guadalupe County. Where do you think that water's going to come from? We stopped and looked. Me and this gentleman right here, we stopped and looked during the construction of the water line from the leases GBRA has leaving from the wells on County Road 444, just like what Mr. Brzezowski talked about, in the welder area. It's 50 inches in diameter. It is this tall. The opening is this tall. Do you know how much water that thing can flow? 50 inches in place, ready to take more of our water if you vote yes today. But guess what? In 1935, Texas legislature gave GBRA a mission, and that mission was to serve the citizens in the Guadalupe River Basin. GBRA, get back in your lane. Our water is being exported to LCRA's area. Only one of you board members voted no to Saul's request at the last meeting. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Thank you for having the guts to say no. Board members, please remember to answer to us this time. I ask you now to vote no to any more increase in exportation of our water resources, because GBRA have other resources they can tap as well. Thank you.
Jackie Fisher.
My name is Jackie Fisher. My husband and I bought our property out around Pilgrim in 1984. We run cattle, built a fine house. My husband worked in the oil field for the last 10 years. His office was in Dubai. All their water comes from desalination plants. He sat down about 15 years ago and talked to a relative of his who works for SAWS. They discussed, why is SAWS not building a desalination plant and piping water to San Antonio, New Braunfels, all the areas we're selling water to? The answer was, oh, we are. We're buying water rights to the coast. When we get to the coast, we will build desal plants. Then we will pump it back and sell it to y'all. Now, here's my question. Have you built contracts to where we can buy our water back from SAWS or any of these other organizations that will have to build desalination plants at what they're buying our water for? Gonzales County can't afford, for what you're selling this water for, to build pipelines to the coast and build plants. And it's going to take 4 or 5 years to build those plants. Now, I have a dear friend that lives in Las Vegas, New Mexico. They lost their water 3 years ago when they had those huge fires. The rain brought all the chemicals into their reservoirs. The government built desal plants. For 2 weeks last year, the entire city shut down because the water was so toxic. Restaurants couldn't open. Everybody left town. Everybody drinks bottled water. They at one time told people, do not wash your clothes in this water. Don't do that to us. Some of you have sold your water rights. Well, our water rights belong to us. And we want to keep our
The next person, I cannot make out their first name, but the middle name or is a Stag? Okay. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Is it?
Oh, Vera Staggs.
Vera, okay. Vera. Go ahead, start. Right, down at the first one,
I'm
just being
surprised
as
you
you
wouldn't know anyone's name. I'm Mike St. John.
I'm Glenn Glass.
Bruce Teakin.
Barry Miller.
Mark Ainsworth.
Okay, Autumn Selman. Going.
Oh, there she is. She's got some experience, so she will.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. My name is Autumn Selman. Can you hear me?
Better.
I work with Larry Dunbar at the Dunbar Law Firm. Larry's ill today. And I'm just going to let everybody know I'm not near as good as he is. I want to make a clarification before I start, because there are a lot of problems that need to be addressed by this district and this board. And these citizens are here tonight talking about these things. And I want to make clear, firstly, that we are still in the rules discussion section of this meeting. Is that true?
That is true.
Okay. Because there's been a lot of talk about GBRA's permit application. And there probably needs to be a lot more. But I'm going to limit most of my discussion right now just to talk a little bit about the rules, okay? I would advise everyone to go back a few months and review the rule proposals that WPA Water Protection Association, our client, has submitted, because they still stand, because the rules haven't been adopted. And if you'll excuse me for just a second, like I said, I'm not near as good as Larry, but I'm going to try. I'm going to mention one thing in regard to the rules currently that also ties in with GBRA's permit application. And it's in regard to the General Manager, Laura Martin's testimony, where she's discussing, among other things, what policy changes might have to occur if certain levels are achieved in drawdowns. And she's talking about policy changes, and she says making it so no additional permits are being granted, requesting that drought measures be taken and cutbacks occur for everybody. And she's talking about everybody across the board. And I think that's why everybody is here talking about a permit application when we're in the rules section of this district's meeting today. So I'm going to reserve the remainder of my comments for the appropriate time. But what I want to state specifically before I end in just a minute or two, I reviewed the management plan and the drought section. And bear with me again. And in the management plan of the district, under 8.12, the drought management section talks about the general manager advising the district and updating the board at every monthly meeting on drought conditions in the district. And I'm not reading it all. I'm not going to bore you that much. But then it states, the board of directors will instruct the general manager of appropriate actions to be taken upon notification of moderate to severe drought. It doesn't matter what side you are on today. I think everyone in this room can agree that we have met and have been at for the last several years in this county at a status of severe drought. Can we not? The possible actions to be taken may include public service announcements on the radio, newspaper articles on conditions of the aquifer, water conservation information, and/or notices to municipal suppliers to implement their drought plan. and that's it. This district, to my knowledge, in its management plan, does not have any further drought actions that can be taken during emergency severe drought times, like the time that we find ourselves in today. WPA will be submitting some suggestions for this district to consider, to adopt for drought plans that will probably help everyone in this room and this district to at least sustain what they have. And the remainder I will pick up in the second part of the meeting. Thank you for the time today.
People cannot hear you. It's directional, so you're gonna have to angle the mic at your face. It's gonna take a little more work on your end. Please, for the sake of everyone here, if you can just angle it at your mouth instead of speaking over it, because people can't hear you this way, okay? Please.
Next person that John Barfield. You wish to speak?
All right, can you hear me? All right, I'm John Barfield, and I live out on 183 North Town. Been in Gonzales, my family, we've been running cattle since 1867 in Gonzales County. I don't know how many years ago it was, but I was elected to this board when it was originated. But we were booted out. Anyway, our objective was to protect the water, because there were already people then after the water. Barry, you know, you and I rode all over every pasture we had, and you did the satellite deal to all our wells, because, as you said, if we got to do it to protect them. Well, that way we could get them fixed. I sit on the appraisal review board. That may not be very popular. But just recently we had a lady come in from Nixon, and she had to lower her well 80 feet, plus put on a new pump, because at 80 feet, her pump that she had would not provide her with water. Now, we just recently, you approved Saul's new contract, I think. I suppose that's in Saul's, she's in Saul's area. The San Marcos Springs are flowing at about 30%. We have 2 pastures on the San Marcos River, and I can walk across it and not get my ankles wet. I have heard reports that it would take 40 to 50 inches of rainfall to get our lakes and reservoirs and rivers back to their, I guess, appropriate levels. We can't afford to sell water that we're not getting appropriate pay for it. If you're not, if we do, we're going to turn Gonzales County into a desert. Y'all were elected to work for us. You are we are taxpayers, and you're paid a tremendous salary, I know. But y'all work for us. And Gonzales is 200 years old this year. And if things don't change, in 5 years, you can put up a tombstone on each end of town that we died in 2030. Thank you.
Roy Staten?
You go get him, boy.
Good afternoon. I'm Roy Staten. I'm a commissioner over in Precinct 3. And I think everybody here, I think y'all really need, the board needs to just look around all up here. I mean, there's people all over this place. And that ought to tell y'all something. There's no more than what I can tell y'all that they've been talking about all night. And he was talking about the springs and the San Marcos, and you got GBRA up there and Luling sucking that water going up toward Austin, going to Lockhart. Been doing that. And then they had the dams out here. Somehow, every dam broke at 3 o'clock in the morning. Now, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that out, okay? But to sit there at that lake, when we're still living out there, I've been out there for a pretty good while, to smell all the dead fish. And when I called, they act like I wasn't nobody. And probably nobody, I don't know. But it's just the idea of the situation. And all the stuff they've done to us, and y'all do that for them, I think you're wrong as hell.
Melissa Clampett? We're on, trying to stay on the rules. Okay. John Winwehan?
I'll hold it up here just a second. Does that work?
Good.
I'm John Winwehan. I don't know if it's rules or public comment, but I have some things to share with you, please. We live on a ranch located in Caldwell in Gonzales County. It's on Buck Branch Road. Caldwell County, that's County Road 151. In Gonzales County, that's County Road 459. All the water wells located up in that part of the county, you can see the concentration of them. You guys know where they're at. Our land is right there. They're almost right on top of us. My family has 5 ranches in this area. And what I wanted to share with you today, here is this map, if you wanted to show that. Our ranch is right there by the green dots where our places are. All the speakers that have come before me have done a really good job of explaining what's going on, and you guys know it. And I wanted to give you a very practical, real example of what we're seeing. Sour Branch Creek and Buck Branch Creek, hence the name Buck Branch Road, they come together and join on our place, and they travel through our ranch. Except my family has 5 ranches here, but ours is the one that the creek runs and flows through for over a mile. It's a seasonal flowing creek, and it flows for 3 to 6 months out of the year. We have average rainfall. It'll flow 3 to 6 months out of the year. So it's not a dry creek. We've known all our life it comes from an outcrop or outflow from the Carrizo. It's a spring, comes out of the ground. Thank you, Leroy. It comes out of the ground and will flow. And it does 3, 4, 5, 6 months out of the year. We personally have 6 tanks that are kept full with this creek flowing. 6 tanks, and without this flowing, those tanks are gonna go dry. We also have 1 mile or more than a mile of creek bottom. And that creek bottom stays damp and stays wet, and I grow a lot of grass on that, and that's how we run the cattle that we do. But the tanks are for the cattle and the wildlife and the fish and everything that brings, including my grandkids that look forward to fishing there. I can testify that we have been running cattle and watering cattle out of that creek for 50 years, that flowing creek. My wife's grandfather watered cattle out of there for the last 100 years, and her great-grandfather, like John Barfield said, started in the 1800s and watered his cattle out of that flowing creek for 150 years. What I'm here today is to share with you that we are seeing major changes in the flow of that creek. And I want to give you some examples. First of all, anytime we got about a 2-inch rain, that creek would start flowing. Even if it wasn't flowing, it was dry, it would start flowing with a 2-inch rain, and it would flow for weeks or months at a time. We got right at 6 inches in May, and it did not flow at all. When we get 6 inches rain, that creek, it flows aggressively. I want to share with you what happened on the week of March the 23rd. I happen to have a video of it on my phone if anybody would like to see it. But during that week of March 23rd, you remember back in March and it was dry, the creek was not flowing. This is Sour Branch Creek. Starts in Caldwell, comes through Gonzales County. I can name you 10 ranches that it runs through. And I can give you the names of those ranchers that depend on it. Well, the week of March 23rd, out of nowhere, the creek started flowing at a very high rate. Just if we'd had a 5, 6, 7-inch rain. 6 to 8 feet wide, 2 feet deep flowed. I said, oh, that's strange. Why would it do that? Something has happened. It hadn't rained, it was dry. So I said, the water companies had to rupture or fracture something, or they're flushing a well and dumping water. You guys may know what it is. But it flowed that way for 10 to 12 days. And then it stopped. That's clear illustration that they are affecting the water level. 1, to make it flow, 2, to make it stop. So we went on that way for several weeks. Well, I went down and took a video of it. I said, something's not right. So I have a video on my phone if you want to see it rushing, and we got no rainfall. On Saturday, May the 3rd, we got 2.4 inches, and the creek didn't flow.
To keep you fair with everybody else, can you find an ending point?
Yes, sir. 2.4 inches, it didn't flow. May 27th, 1.9 inches, we had a hard rain, it didn't flow. May the 30th, we had an inch, and it did not flow. Anytime in the past, we'd have 2 inches, and that creek would flow, and it would flow for weeks at a time, as I mentioned. We watered cattle over 150 years. You guys are smart people or you wouldn't be up there, and you're mature. I've listened to all the testimony of everybody else. You know the right answer. You all know the right answer. You know the right answer in your mind because you're smart. I'm asking you to look at your heart and look at the faces of the people out here. It's wrong to take this water. And 1, there are state statutes as well as federal statutes that say you can't stop a flowing stream. We also have a couple ranches on the San Marcos River. I cannot divert that water. That would be illegal to do. You can't stop that flowing stream. And it has flowed that way for 150 years. So 1, thank you for your time. 2, I'm asking you, 1, you know the right decision on this 9,000 acre request, but I'm asking you to come up with a plan, use your authority to come up with a plan to mitigate the damage that's already been done. So, thank you.
Next person is a Betty. Betty Martin.
Sorry. Come on, y'all. We're rolling.
Okay, can everybody hear me? This way? This way? Like this? Okay. In case I forgot anything, regarding rules, we already discussed a drought management plan that needs to be adopted because this district doesn't have one. The second thing that needs to be amended is the mitigation plan. There needs to be, I don't know where you got the numbers for the current mitigation plan, but currently the mitigation for a well is roughly $40,000. That's just fine if you have a few acres in a house. If you're running cattle, if you have chicken houses, if you have anything that is agricultural, which is the #1 economic driver in this county, $40,000 doesn't cut it. WPA will be submitting an amendment within the next week regarding a mitigation number. Mr. Plager just had his well mitigated. It was $56,000. And for people who don't know, which are probably not most of the people in this room, you can't get an estimate for well mitigation, and this is important. You cannot get an estimate for well mitigation like you can replacing the water pump on your Toyota Tundra or whatever. It just can't be done. Because you've got to pull that pump and see where the damage is and see what needs to be mitigated, and that's almost always half to 3/4 of the cost of the mitigation. So to get an estimate that might say, oh, it's going to cost $20,000 is almost impossible for most of the drillers. So the mitigation plan needs to be amended. The numbers need to be in like and in kind to the wells that need to be mitigated. We can't put a domestic use well and call that mitigated for a rancher that runs 1,000 acres of cattle and has to fill his tanks, or a poultry operator who has 20 poultry houses and has to water his flock. These are just a few of the rules that need to be amended. Many of those rule changes have been submitted. I request this board table the adoption for the rules for 30 more days. WPA will make the submissions, and I encourage everyone, if you feel like there needs to be an additional rule to be adopted, to submit it to this board so that the appropriate rules to govern this district in an equitable manner can be done, so those who do suffer in the near future and need wells to be mitigated can receive the entitlements that they're due. And I think that's about it I have to say on the rulemaking portion of this meeting.
Andy Wimbar?
What's his first name?
Andy.
Andy.
Andy, all right.
Wibba, Wibba.
W-I-D.
And we're not on the rules, just DVRA.
Okay.
Okay. How do you pronounce your last name, sir?
Weird.
Weir, okay. Wouldn't have got that out of there.
No. Okay. Sally Plager. Mark, you're next. Mary Ann, you're next.
I'm going to talk about the rules.
The rules workshops and hearings were a wild train wreck. The rules workshops and hearings were just a wild train wreck. I went to all the workshops and hearings. The first one was taken over by the transporters, and we couldn't get a word in. And the first rule change that I noticed was in Section 5, people who had wells could not allow poultry or livestock to have water. And I thought it was a mistake or a typo, but no, there it was. So it got worse after that. And the original rule had allowed it, but now livestock and poultry were struck out. So over 2 workshops, my attorney and I both turned in rules comments, and also in between workshops, comments were turned in. And there was a collection book of all the comments that were turned in. But all the rules, suggestions made by property owners were substantially ignored, while reams of rules by transporters were included. Deadlines were often given, but I found out that the transporters seemed to have free rein to send at any time. The process looked one-sided to me, and it seemed as if the exporters were writing the rules. We need a review of this process, and it seems very fishy in my opinion. The exporters do not keep in the mitigation fund enough money for rural wells that are damaged. And also, it's capped. If you have damage, there's a cap. I think it's $7,000. And then you can only have 1 well fixed. So all that needs to be reworked. Also, we had a speaker at one of the monthly meetings, and he discussed a plan. And the plan was to remove all the fresh water from the aquifer here. And in order to save the aquifer, the plan is to pump effluent into the aquifer. So that's the plan. Sounds strange. Thank you.
Mark Plager.
Hello, I'm Mark Plager, local landowner and president of the WPA. WPA formed up about 20 years ago to support this district in the fight against saws. And in that time, the board's heard me plenty of times. In that time, we have contested all these large permits. We've helped some of them back to less water than they were after, but we have yet to have any permit denied by this board. With the rule changes, this is, I think, the 11th or 12th rule change that this board has had. We spent a lot of time on mitigation and rule changes. We thought we had all the rules fixed one time, but the exporters keep coming back and changing them to fit their needs. We're all volunteers. You know, we don't get paid, but we're generally in a room at these meetings with a bunch of attorneys that work for the exporters, and it's just a tough deal. Anyway, with that said, the rules, I think with the rule committee being conflicted as well as the mitigation committee being conflicted, I think that all needs to be thrown out the window and start over. I mean, it's time, and I would like to welcome and thank everybody here. This is what we've been needing, folks. This is what will make a change. you know, and water's everybody. Water's everybody, you know, and everybody needs to be here. And with that said, this is only a small portion of the lives that y'all's decision is going to affect. It's in this district. So, thank you.
Mary Ann Minnie?
I want to thank everyone for coming out and supporting our cause. Water is the most important resource we have. Forget the oil, forget the gas, you have to have water. I would like for the board to table their decision on the rules for tonight. I know this committee, Rules Committee, has been going, we've had several meetings, but the rules do not represent the people of the water district. And that's a big problem. We're not paying attention to our infrastructure, the cities, the towns in our water district. We know some have had problems. I know Gonzales is kind of worried about theirs and needs more backup. We have got to put our attention on our district, and our rules need to put the district first. Thank you.
Leroy Minnie.
Leroy Manning, Montevideo. Thank you, Board. I would like to defer my time to someone who would like to speak on the rules only. Thank you. Anyone who needs more time to speak on the rules.
You have to be signed up to speak, so just remember that.
You said you could pass it on to someone to speak.
If you signed up to speak, you could add on to someone's time.
I think I've counted roughly 4 people who have spoke tonight that have requested that the rules and the decision by the board be tabled into another time. I think this board has very pressing matters for the remainder of the meeting. I would like to request a member of the board make a motion to table the rulemaking vote until at least next month, and then we can proceed with the remainder of the meeting. There any board member that would like to make a motion?
We can't do that during open public comment. I've got to run through public comments, and
Oh, am I? Okay.
there is still at least.
I thought I thought he was the last one for
No,
rules.
no, I've got 7 more pages. Yeah, that's what I'm getting to.
Is there anyone that wants to speak regarding the rules that hasn't spoken, that doesn't have the preference of the remainder of the rulemaking procedure to be tabled to a different month's meeting, that would like to speak?
I have actually, Ted, you signed up twice. So I'm gonna scratch this one. It's all regular board meeting. I don't know which one is this, so that I'm going by step. Then the next ones that are signed up that asked to speak is a Brandon Clampett and a Haley Clampett. That is the last 2 that I have signed up to speak under public comment. So that's nothing there. So would y'all like to speak on the rules or on the regular meeting? We're still talking on the rules. We have a public comment section under the regular meeting. So if y'all do not, I'm not getting response from Haley or Brandon.
What are we doing right now, public speaking on?
Rules. Yes, we've been doing that since 5:40. So with that being said, if not, I'm gonna take that as the end of public comments for the rules public hearing. And at this time,
I'll make a motion we adjourn the meeting.
Second.
The
Public
rules,
hearing.
comments.
all right, I have a motion and a second that we adjourn the public hearing for the draft rules. Any discussion on this, gentlemen? All right, myself, aye. Mr. Miller?
Aye.
I apologize. First motion was made by Mr. Ainsworth, second by Mr. Glass. Myself, aye. Mr. Miller was aye. Mr. Ainsworth?
Aye.
Mr. St. John?
Aye.
And Mr. Glass?
Aye.
The public hearing was adjourned at 7:03 p.m. Okay.
Should I ask a question for inquiry of procedure?
Uh-huh.
So the people that spoke on the GCUWCD permit application, do we have to talk again, or can you like take that over?
Being there was a little bit of confusion, if you wish, because I do not have people singled out from the public hearing to the regular meeting. If you wish to speak, again, you will be able to, and I'm gonna go start this whole procedure back over here in a couple of minutes. With that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and call the regular board meeting to order at 7:04 p.m. First item on the agenda is public comments. We are talking about things to do with the items that are on the agenda for the regular meeting. And as before, limit to 3 minutes per person. I'm gonna do the same. I'm gonna start off at the top of the list, calling. If you wanna speak, you can speak. You can defer your time, but at that time, we'll be ready. So, Deidre Voigt, you wanna speak anything on the regular meeting?
But she doesn't have to repeat everything, does she, Bruce?
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
I've already spoken, and I appreciate everyone's time. I just hope that you will appreciate all of our time and our concerns about our future. I was there in 1991 and 2 and 3, and in 1994 when this district was created and the election occurred. We went to the legislature, we went to the water something board, the water commission, went down to the water development board, and I was there then, and there were a lot of wise farmers and ranchers and businessmen who were helping us to get that done. Those records are on your page, they're at the very bottom. I hope some of you have read the history and seen anything. I'm not sure y'all keep up with water events, but most of those people are dead and gone. I'm one of the few that are left, and I would appreciate y'all appreciating them and what they foresaw in the next 50 to 100 years. We're 30 years into it right now. It was passed by the voters of the district in 1994, and I have the records if you'd like to look at them. They're also on your webpage, and I have those original documents. So please, you do have the authority to vote this down,
I know there's been talk that you don't believe you do. You are our only voice, and you have the authority to say no. Please stand with us. Thank you.
Judge Davis?
I'll be brief. I'll be brief. I took my jacket off.
Just to be real brief, Patrick Davis, landowner, and also Gonzales County Judge. Again, all the people here, I want to thank each and everybody that showed up here. This is an overwhelming response and should be an indicator to each and everybody on that board. Also, the signs that have been all over the county, Nixon, Gonzales, everywhere you go, it's obvious of the support of what we want to do is to keep our water here. And another thing just to touch base on, that a lot of this water being transported to all these other counties, what is Gonzales County going to benefit out of it? Little to nothing. We know that. The other thing is what are these other counties that this water is going to be receiving over there in these great subdivisions with these multi-million-dollar houses and everything else, a great tax base on these folks that are sitting in here with water. So again, I just ask the board to consider this. You're the voice for these people. Everybody here is the ones that voted to put us in that position. I'm in that position. Along with the Commissioner's Court, we have to make decisions in the county. On behalf of myself and the Commissioner's Court, we're going to ask y'all to please keep our water here.
Ted, you're next.
Okay. This is general meeting comment?
I opened up the general meeting, yes, sir.
Okay, is there going to be an additional GBRA comment, or is this it?
This is the general meeting. There's no other meeting after this.
Okay, there's no more comment. There's not a GBRA comment.
No, GBRA is part of this meeting.
Okay. This GBRA permit.
Hold it closer,
The GBRA permit, I've been at this a while. I got to tell you, this permit was applied for in May of 2022. It's an amendment to a project that was originally submitted in 2010. In fact, I was a participant in that contested case hearing. This project has started out as Texas Water Alliance, which was a wholly owned subsidiary of San Jose Corporation out of San Jose, California. That project, here we go, here's the original application letter. I have a whole file box of this stuff on Texas Water Alliance. This project was eventually got a permit approved in 2013. And then nothing was done with it. It didn't build anything. And then finally, they sell. This is the San Jose Corporation. They sell it to GBRA. They sell it to GBRA, and GBRA has now somewhat repurposed the project in a very different way. They're using it in a way that is very different from the way the project was originally sold to the board, in which it got its permit back in 2013. So the original permit application was not honest. It was done to get a permit so it could be flipped for a quick buck. District Rule 10F. It shall be considered to be a fraud upon the district and on the adjacent landowners and or owners of water rights for any person to knowingly and willfully give erroneous information on a well permit application. Well, if the project ends up, or the permit becomes used in a way that is very different from its original application and the stories that were told back in the beginning, then that's erroneous. Now, GBRA is using it in a very different way. In addition to that, they're also asking for an additional 9,000 acre-feet a year. The original permit was 15,000 acre-feet a year. That is the second largest permit in the district. They will be the record holder at 24,000 acre feet a year if they get this this amendment. There are huge problems with this application. I have spelled them out extensively in all of my filings with the State Office of Administrative Hearings. There were well over 100 filings in that case, and I have provided all of those to the district. In addition, I filed a motion on April 8th, raising issues with the permit application and also conflict of interest issues. The only reason why this GBRA project is still alive today is because many rules were broken over the years so that it could continue to hang on and then be used in the way that it's now being used today. So it really needs to have an honest look. The original permit shouldn't even be valid, much less the grab for another 9,000 acre feet a year. I have received no responses, formal responses. I did receive a one-liner from from the attorney for the groundwater district, but it did not begin to address the motions that I filed. There was an erroneous statement made by the general manager during testimony in June of 2024, last year, when the SOA hearing was held. And it's extremely important. When she was asked if the district rules required to pay for the study, there's a third-party groundwater modeling study.
Ted.
She answered.
Ted.
Yes.
Let me say something for a second. You've started on a little bit of time. I'm gonna call somebody's name out right quick. Run down this list. Anybody wants to defer their time to Ted right now, we can do it. That'll save us some time of back and forth. So the first person, Jerry Biddle. I'm sorry? Yes, I'll give it to him. Okay.
Okay, thank
All right,
you.
Ted, I'm going through the whole list.
I understand. Here
So
we go.
your
I'm
time's
going to
gonna
move
add
as
up.
fast as I can. This is an important.
Ted, I'm trying to give you more time maybe if you let me call the rest of the names out.
Yes.
So it may add up.
Sure.
Jeanette Sefci. Sure what? Let him talk? Okay. So that's another 3. Gary Sefci. All right, that's another 3. Gary Scribner? He left, okay. Mr. Buzowski?
Let him talk.
Okay.
That's 12 minutes.
Keith Richardson.
15 minutes.
Mr. Solansky. Dale. There's another 3.
18 minutes.
Jackie Fisher. And Vera.
24 minutes.
Autumn. You want your time, you want to give it to him? Okay. Okay. John Barfield. Roy Staten. Melissa Clampett. Okay. John Winwehan. Got it?
Yeah.
Okay. Betty? Andy? Andy? You okay?
You only got 36 minutes, Ted.
Ted, I've given you more time now than I've ever given you. You better take it. Sally, Mark, Marianne, and Leroy. Y'all all want to talk? Okay. All right. Just a second. I'm being fair to everybody. I don't want to be accused of anything. Haley and Braden, y'all want, okay. And that's it. Ted, you got the floor.
36 minutes.
You got 36 minutes.
Okay.
But you don't have to talk 30.
The statement by the general manager back during the solar hearing on day 3 is that
Y'all, the gentleman who's speaking, let him speak, please, so everybody can hear him.
is that the application fee contained a groundwater modeling fee. These are pretty big fees. The groundwater cost, the cost of modeling, this is a computer groundwater model prepared by a third-party firm that models with the computer the impacts of pumping from the GBRA requested pumping volumes. It's $26,000 according to the filings by the attorney for the general manager. That is required to be paid by the applicant under Rule 10E of the district rules. When she made that statement that the application fee covered the modeling fee, the application fee was actually $18,000 and less than the modeling fee. Her attorney filed that GBRA owed $129,000 approximately in different fees, including this modeling fee. That's a lot of money for this groundwater district. It's about the same amount of money that they get in yearly tax revenue. It gives you a feel for how big it is. Now, the judge, the ALJ, administrative law judge, on this contested case, relied upon that statement. And if you look at the judge's proposal for a decision under administrative completeness, this is item 19, she determined that the applications were accompanied by the prescribed fees. And she also said that under, this is her item 22, page 46, the third-party modeling required by Rule 10E1 was paid by GBRA via the application fee. This is actually not the case, but she was relying upon the testimony of the general manager during the hearing. It was later proven by the filing of the general manager's own attorney that this was still owed. It had not been invoiced. This is stuff that happened back in 22, 23 timeframe. And now this hearing's in year 2024. Still had not been invoiced, but it was owed. And she had determined that the application was administratively complete, despite the fact that the modeling fee had not yet been paid. But the attorney for the general manager had an opportunity to clarify this. I tried to clarify it. I had a filing. I had all the cost information in there. You had the filing from the general manager's attorney. And so this is a serious violation because it was a false statement made by the general manager that was relied upon the administrative law judge that was used to decide in favor of GBRA against the protestants. And who gets stuck? The citizens of this district get stuck. There's $129,000 that is owed this district that has not yet been paid. And for some reason was not invoiced. And to make it even worse, it's not reflected in the accounting and the draft audit report that was issued by the district. For some reason, they don't want to talk about the liabilities owed by GBRA to the district, the dollars owed, and the legal fees. That's a serious problem. And so that needs to be, well, I would just put it this way. That is a basis for denial of a permit. You cannot have, you cannot have the general manager making erroneous statements which the district fails to correct. All the lawyers had this, but nobody corrected it, and they allowed the ALJ to use that. And the ALJ, the administrative law judge, used other things that were in favor of GBRA, the applicant. And I am convinced, now that this is my 4th contested case hearing, I've been doing this a while, I am now convinced that the state of Texas, they know what they're doing. A contested case hearing, it's totally unsighted. A landowner is basically up against the state of Texas. They have infinite money for lawyers and experts, and they can come in, and I would dare say that GBRA's actions on the landowners is malicious. That term is actually used in the water code, and it refers to a malicious taking of water. And I think that is exactly what's happening here. It is unrelenting. It's brutal to have to go through all this. And when you look at all the original filings by the protestants, and there were a number of them, GBRA's response was that basically no landowner, including me, and I was in on the original contested case, and since then they've added 3 more wells, and they want to take another 9,000 acre-feet a year, and they're even closer to my farm and my land than they were with the first permit application. And yet they still said that I did not have a justiciable interest and should not be in a contested case hearing. And what that tells you is, the attitude is, we can come in and take it, and I don't care how close you are to a well, you know what? You don't really have a legal right to be here and complain about it. We can come in and we can take it, and there's really nothing you can do about it, and we're going to wear you down. We're going to wear you down with a team of lawyers. We're going to come in and hire an expert. Whatever we didn't really get done under the application, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you don't have sworn statements as required by the water code. It doesn't matter if you don't have a mitigation plan included in your application. It doesn't matter if you haven't done an analysis to see how many water wells are going to be impacted and require mitigation. It doesn't matter if you don't have a mitigation plan for the supply wells that serve City of Gonzales, Nixon, Smiley, or Welder. None of that matters to them. They just want to come in and take it, and they're going to wear you down with lawyers. This fight's been going on a couple of years now. Hundreds of filings, thousands of pages. It's unbelievable what a landowner has to go through to be in a contested case hearing. I am convinced now that the state of Texas has within its water planning system what I would call the deep state. You don't, as a landowner, you don't stand a chance. It's tons of money. And the landowners that step up and fight this, let me tell you, they're tired. And it's horribly expensive. So that's one example. We also have a huge problem with the conflict of interest, in particular with Mr. Barry Miller. His early involvement in the project when it was Texas Water Alliance, and he was actually engaged by the project to do well development activities and finding leases and that kind of thing. This project has been treated very specially. Where normally if somebody doesn't get it on and get their wells drilled and have a true place or a home for the water, your permit's going to get pulled. That never happened here. And so when you look at the record, there are various documents and agreements, monitoring well, mitigations agreement, export agreements that have been signed by Mr. Miller that are for this project. And there are conflict of interest rules. And so I would say that by those agreements being signed by a person that admitted in a March 2025 hearing that he had a conflict of interest, that those agreements are null and void and cannot be used by GBRA. Well, I know everybody's getting tired. I could talk for days. And so I think it's really, I'm just going to say, it's a horrendous, just a miscarriage in order for so many landowners who are so severely impacted by this project to be put through hell. to have to fight it. We shouldn't have to be fighting this thing. And there's a very important study in January of 2025 that was issued. It was commissioned by the district. It was performed by Daniel B. Stevens, and it includes a map. And if you look at this map, what you see it's a map of the district. It includes the model cells, which are one by one, and includes the big well fields. And when you look at this, I know most of you folks can't see this, but there's a bunch of little grids here. Okay? In the computer model that they use, it's called ModFlow. It's the software typically used where they take these massive data sets with all the information about the aquifer and the water inflows and outflows and the pumping rates and everything. But they take all that information and then they model these drawdowns. And the drawdown is the drop in the aquifer. So when you're close to a well field that has big, big pumps, and these are big pumps. We're talking about 1,000 GPM stuff. We're talking about casings coming out of the ground that are 21 inches in diameter. This is big, okay? Let me tell you, your irrigation or domestic well, it's no match for what these pumps are gonna do. And when you add up all of the acre feet a year, what you run into are really big numbers. I mean, the pumping that these guys wanna do on these big exporter projects, they cannot be embarrassed. And they keep coming back for more, like GBRA. In GBRA's case, before they even got the wells in and got their first 15,000 acre feet a year that they were producing, they were coming in asking for more. Even though the project had sat for a year and they were now totally repurposing it in a different way. And another thing that's extremely important is if you look at this is this green dot right here. That is a well field, 7 wells, and they are going to produce a very significant portion of the overall total water available for the groundwater district. You can fit those wells in 4 of the 1 mile model cells. And the district includes over 1,000 of those model cells. So you've got like 40% of the water, it's approximately, I'd have to go look at the table, but 30 to 40% of the district water is coming out of a spot which is much less than 1% of the total district area. It's extremely concentrated pumping.
So when they turn it on, do they turn all of them on at one time?
I mean, yeah, they can pump. I mean, they get their permit, and some of these permits are staged, but from what I've heard, they intend to pump the permit amount and use their permitted capacity. But when you look at this, what you see is massive drawdowns. These drawdowns reach all the way across the city of Gonzales. And if you look at the lease map, the impact on many of these landowners, try this out for size. If a landowner that is up here, right by the well field, he is not leased. He's taking the big hit of the pumping, and he's seeing, 140 feet of drawdown across his land. But guess who's getting paid? This guy way down here. He's not taking the pumping hit, but he's getting the money for the water being pumped. And so that's one of the things in the rules that's really just totally unfair, and it's got to be addressed. So, yeah. So, I had one other point I really wanted to get in, but I think that's with regard to GBRA, there are so many flaws that you have to say no. There's too many conflicts. And one thing you got to know too, I know that this board is being advised to approve export permits. It just seems to be the way it always goes. I want you to understand something. At some point, you got to say no. because this just goes on and on. This is the cover page of the Region L water plan that is now under review. The Deep State Water Plan, where they're going to take your water. Well, guess what? They're still coming to Gonzales County to get more water. And there's been a study by GBRA to do an aquifer storage recharge project, which is where I think the number's 3,000 acre-feet a year, where they want to get a permit to pump water into the aquifer. All right, whoever, I mean, sometimes a really bad idea gets traction, like daylight savings time. Okay, this is another one. This is a bad idea. There have been aquifer storage recharge projects where they have had horrible results with reactions and water chemistry things going on that ended up where you had an aquifer with usable water that ended up creating problems that they just didn't expect. And let me tell you, whenever you have men running water systems and then doing things like that where you got to depend upon water chemistry, I know things go wrong. I've been in the business. I've run water treatment plants. I worked in a refinery for years. We had massive amounts of water that we treated. And it's a big deal, and they're not going to get it right. So you've got to say no. And there's more coming, and they're going to have to get a hard look. But the true analysis, the evaluation of subsidence, that was not done for this project. The evaluation of the impact on water quality from concentrated pumping, that wasn't done. There is no plan for subsidence monitoring that I have seen. And when I've called the Water Development Board, they don't have anything. They haven't done any study on it. And the Water Development Board always points to the district to do all this in-depth detailed analysis, but somehow or another, it gets in the water plan, the state water plan, before the analysis is done. And so potentially what can happen here is you have lots of investment, they spend hundreds of millions of dollars, and this is the people's money. Okay, this is our money. And so who's going to pay for these projects that are ill-conceived where the investment is made, but then, no, they can't run, they're not sustainable. They can't run for 30 years to pay off all the debt. So who's going to pay for that? It's looking real California, which I guess is no big surprise because this project started in California, didn't it? All right. I yield. Yeah, I yield whatever balance of the time is, whoever else wants to speak.
Got 20.
Autumn?
Am I doing this right? You know, I have to say one thing that's maybe a little off topic, but related. Ted and Deidre and many others have stated how long they've been involved. I believe one of the first contested case hearings with this district was with SAWS. I know this because I was planning on going to that contested case hearing. I didn't make it because I had to go to the hospital and deliver a bouncing baby boy who last week turned 17. So we have been around a long time. Larry's words tonight, the public comment to the board at his June 10th meeting. As the attorney for the Water Protection Association, I want to remind the board of the difficult situation it has made for itself as stewards and state delegated managers of the groundwater resources within the Gonzales County and portions of Caldwell County. Now, what he means by that first statement is that past boards have over-permitted, which I believe everybody in this room understands, including the board. State law of Texas Water Code 36.1132B mandates that the district manage our groundwater resources over the long term in a manner that will achieve the desired future condition for our aquifers as approved and accepted by the Texas Water Development Board. The TWDB also established the amount of groundwater available to be produced, not permitted, produced, by this district for our aquifers, including the Carrizo Aquifer over the next 50 years plus. For the next 5 years, this number for the Carrizo is a little over 47,000 acre-feet per year, and then gradually increases to about 85,000 acre-feet per year over the next few decades. Up to now, this district's board has already issued permits to pump over 90,000 acre-feet per year from the Carrizo Aquifer, with over 70,000 acre-feet of that amount having been permitted to those who export water outside the district, including GBRA, which already has a permit for 15,000 acre-feet per year that has not yet produced and export any of this amount so far. So they have permits they haven't utilized yet. Something to consider. Now GBRA wants an additional 9,000 acre-feet per year so it can produce and export more of our Carrizo groundwater. When does this board say enough is enough? We need to deny such requests. We need to deny such requests so that we can preserve, and protect our groundwater resources as we were created to do by our state legislature. Respectfully submitted, Lawrence G. Dunbar, attorney for WPA. I would also like to go over just a little bit and encourage the board, if it hasn't had time, to review the transcripts of the hearing, specifically the testimony of GBRA's own experts, the cross-examination of those experts, what they said. Model available groundwater means the amount of water that the executive administrator determines may be produced on an average annual basis to achieve a desired future condition established under section 36.108. I'm going to go to a little bit of the testimony of the general manager. When Larry Dunbar is questioning her, when he says, and I'm going to skim over a lot of it, it's there for all of you to read word for word. If you have any questions of any of the technical data that you need to consider in granting or denying these permit applications. So Larry asks, when I add up the livestock, irrigation, fracking, and industrial, I get a little over 11,000 acre feet, so that I get a total permitted amount in the Carrizo for this district of 91,317 acre feet per year. So what he's talking about previous to that is he's going through a table on everyone that has permits. And the answer is yes. And I'm going to skip over a little bit until we get to a number that everybody's familiar with. So Larry says a little over 92,000 permitted, right? The general manager states correct. And we're going to go down. So we are correct in concluding that the amount of groundwater that's been permitted by the district in the Carrizo Aquifer of about 92,000 is greater than the 83,000 number of the MAG. definition that I just read? It is, responds the general manager. Okay, but the production in 2022 has only been a little over 44,000, correct? Water they have permitted? Answer, the district would look at and take appropriate action with policy, excuse me. So she states correct. And then Larry Dunbar asks, okay, what would happen if all of the exporters would decide to go and produce all of the water they have permitted? Answer, the district would look at that and take appropriate action with policy changes. Question, policy changes? So if they decide to issue or produce what they've been permitted, my calculation is that would add almost 40,000 more acre feet a year. And if we added that to the current production of roughly 44,000, that would put us right about 84,000 acre feet, pretty much right at the mag, right? And we're talking about today. Or maybe tomorrow, but not 50 years from now. Correct. Okay, and what action would you take? Policy changes. Question, policy changes? Answer, Question, like what? Answer, making it so no additional permits are being granted, requesting that drought measures be taken and cutbacks occur for everybody. Question, for everybody? Answer, for everybody. Question, even for people who had a permit 10 years ago when the permitted amount was well below the mag, and now because the district has issued more permits? Answer, Question, it could exceed the mag and then the district would take action to implement stricter requirements on all permittees? Answer, yes. Question, is that what you're saying? Answer, I am. Question, do you think that's fair? Answer, no. Question, okay, and who's come up with the idea of changing the policy? Answer, that would be up for the board to decide. Question, I know, but who came up with the policy you just mentioned of the action the board would take? Is that you came up with or somebody else? Answer, somebody else. Question, who? Answer, previous GMs. Question, like Greg Singleman? Answer, and Mr. Miller, both. Question, and Mr. Miller, Barry Miller, who's on the board? Answer, as GM, I think that he would have been reflective of looking at how to cut back if necessary, and also having thought, and also having that in the back of his mind as an afterthought. That was testimony of the general manager during the SOA hearing for the GBRA contested case hearing. The ALJ recommended the export permit be denied. You guys have a decision to make. You guys have, with the Texas Water Code, the authority to deny these permits for many, many reasons, but basically because they're not using the water they've already been permitted. You have the authority to grant a limited permit, a staged permit, to deny a permit. I would ask if you're having trouble. I would ask, can you hear me? I would request.
We can hear you.
I would request, if you are having trouble making a decision about this permit application, in this contested case hearing, there has not been media
Ted wore the batteries out?
We've worn it out.
That's gone, so it's totally out of order. It's infectious.
Majority of your well, we can, how do I do that? I've been trying to figure it out. Autumn, we're gonna take a short break to give everybody a time to do what they need to do. It's been sitting here for this long, so give us,
10 minutes.
So 7:55, we'll come back.
but I don't. I can't even hear what you're saying. Well, that's the other question in this room is, the problem is, our relatives and our friends and our neighbors are selling their water. It's a complicated mess. If I could say no, I would. But
No?
if we don't have a legal basis to deny it, but it's standing in court, we'll get sued. We'll spend thousands and thousands of dollars, and we'll lose. I wish it was simple. I wish it was that simple. Yes, sir.
is purpose.
It's a decision the board just will have to make. There's a lot of people upset with everything.
The board can vote with United Way.
Yes.
You will get sued. And I promise you, we win that fight.
I'd rather have that suit, depending on where it was in what county. Now, they may change the venue, whatever.
They have to have that suit here.
But it'll be here.
It has to be in this county.
So your jurors is going to be here from this county.
There won't be any jury.
Well, I mean, if it goes before, it's going to go before the judge. I'll take my chances of winning the district judges. Okay? My judges do what they're supposed to. Appeals will be.
I had a goal of a certain time, but you get there. It was a good stretch in.
So, what is existing in this district? What do we have?
You got one more minute.
Existing in this district? What are the restrictions that we have on the people that we have?
I don't know. Everybody in this district, I'm sorry, 3 more years of this. Everybody's got their own best. Now, if you use that against cattle, horses, yes.
See, the problem with this whole thing exists is the legislators need to fix this.
Oh, shit.
I mean, that's it. Yeah, what I'm saying is, they never dreamed that water was going to be more valuable than oil. A long time ago. Now, we've got a serious problem here, but to me, the legislatures are involved in all this.
This still right here in 1995. I wrote that entire chapter. And this year, this was all of this stuff right here was added. They're going to have facts.
That's what all this is going to happen. 1997. They have got to fix it.
Yeah. Well, I just.
Otherwise,
All right, we're going to call the meeting back to order. Autumn, you got more?
Is this working now? Oh, yes, okay. So again, I need to apologize. I am not near as good as Larry Dunbar. I wish I was. I think we've heard the numbers over and over and over again. And I hear time and time again that the district can't say no, can't say no. They're going to get sued if they don't say yes. You can't say no. It's in the water code that you can say no. It's in your rules that you can say no. And regarding the district getting sued, I want you to look at all the people in this room. And if what testimony proves to be true, and that there becomes a taking on the permits, can you hear me?
We can.
We can hear you.
We're the ones that count.
I can hear you.
No, we can hear
The
you.
mic's not doing anything.
facing us, so we can.
There you go.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you bang on it.
Is this better?
Can we hear? Can you hear me? Okay. So the statement was just made by a board member that says they're the ones that matter. The people in this room are the ones that put you in the chair. I want the board to consider, if you do say no, you probably get sued by GBRA. That's a true fact. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not giving you legal advice. I'm going to be the first one to tell you that. But you've probably already heard that. You need to look at this room and think about the litigation that's highly likely to occur when those pumps start going and producing the full amounts of those permits that have already been issued to date, the takings that are going to occur, and the results of those takings. You need to think about those lawsuits, because it's not just a sue if you say yes, or a not sue if you say yes, or a sue if you say no, or a not sue if you say no. You need to look beyond, and you need to look at the people of this room, and you need to look at the big picture and the duty of which you're beholden to, and the people that put you in that seat that the duty belongs to. If I was in a position and I was going to get sued, I would rather my defense be what I believe to be right and within the law, rather than to have to dream a defense that I chose the wrong that was more right. And how do I justify it? But that's just me. I'm not an attorney. I'm not a director. So again, I will close with, go read the testimony of this contested case hearing if you have not already. If you need to table the decision to go read the testimony, I would suggest you do it. And if you need to go to mediation to come up with a compromise that protects the people in this room, I would say schedule it. And I think with what Larry has stated in the past, I've pretty much covered about everything that Ted hasn't. Thank you for listening.
All right, Melissa Clappett.
Good evening. 2 hours and 20 minutes later, I get to make a public comment. My name is Melissa Clampett, Gonzales County resident, landowner, and our family ranches. 26 years ago, my husband and I made the conscious decision to live in Gonzales County because it's rich in agriculture, land, and water. Except now, here we are, battling the issue of water. Last month, my daughter Haley read Deidre Voigt's letter to the Gonzales Enquirer, and it prompted her to act and come to your meeting where she made a public comment. And she came home after that meeting stating, there's a real problem with the future of water in our county. After hearing from her for just a few minutes, I quickly realized that not even water is guaranteed. I knew this board existed, but I had no idea of some of the decisions that have been made in the past, and I'm quickly learning that many decisions need to be made that will affect our future. And I pray that you make the right decision. We've raised our children to be good stewards of the land, but that can't happen if the future of our water is limited or gone. Your mission statement, as everybody has reviewed, is to conserve, preserve, protect, and prevent waste of groundwater resources. It shall be the policy of the Board of Directors that the most efficient use of groundwater in the district is to provide for the needs of the citizens and ensure future growth for future generations. You were elected to follow this mission statement. You were elected to have the best interest of our county as a priority. Texas is growing at a rapid speed. The Carrizo Aquifer is one of the largest sources of water for Gonzales County, and the exporters are being granted too many permits to where it is not going to be sustainable for us. Exporters are coming here because we're close, which means less expense for their infrastructure, less miles that they have to do their building, and they do not seem to care how it affects those living here. My husband and I have worked hard for the past 26 years to acquire the land that we have, as well as many people in this room working for their families, so that they can leave it to their children, to their grandchildren, and to their great-grandchildren, and so on, as our ancestors have done for us. So I ask you to provide for the needs of the citizens and ensure growth for our future generations. Keep our water here. Thank you.
Okay, Andy, now it's your turn.
Good evening. My name's Andy Weir. I'm from Bastrop County. I'm the Executive Director for Simsboro Aquifer Water Defense Fund, and we work with landowners, business, and the Groundwater District in GMA 12, all 5 districts over there. We help to organize landowners to protect their groundwater rights and to protect the Carrizo-Wilcox Aquifer. I'm here tonight to suggest to you, as Autumn said, you have choices. You have lots of choices that confront you with this permit. You've heard the primary choice that everyone wants is for you to deny this permit, both the production and the export permit. And that option is available to you. Your rules do avail you to make that decision. The administrative law judge in the proposal for decision gave you clear reasons why you should deny the export permit, and you can use that information. You can look, as Autumn said, in the record for the testimony and look at the exceptions that were submitted by the landowners and also by GBRA and the district manager to see where the ALJ may have missed some of the critical points that you have to consider in granting a permit. And you can correct those. That's well within your ability, and you can deny this permit. That's your first opportunity. You can deny this. It can be done. I was at the Post Oak Savannah Groundwater Conservation District last month, and they considered a major permit for the Sandow Lakes Ranch. It was a permit amendment. And they ended up feeling compelled to grant that permit, the way many of you probably feel, because they felt hemmed in by the water code. But the vice president, who is also a lawyer, proudly said we should deny this permit, and he gave his reasons for that. And he also stated that it would be worth the district's time to take on an inevitable lawsuit, that would be well worth it instead of spending that same amount of money on mitigating landowner wells if they granted the permit. So you have that opportunity before you. You can make those decisions. You can spend money on lawyers much more easily than your management or your mitigation plan allows you to spend on people's wells. And so that would be a better use of your money. The second thing you can do is to reduce the permit. And so to think that if you deny the export permit, and you have good reason to do so, then you can reduce the production permit to the amount of water that the state water plan says Gonzales County needs over the next 50 years, and that's 3,700 acre feet. So you could reduce the permit amendment from 9,000 to only water that can be used in the Gonzales County district and have it at 3,700 acre feet. That's an option that's available to you, and you could stand by the rules and by the water code to make that happen. If you choose to not deny the export permit, then I would suggest that you reduce the production permit and phase it in. So you could choose 5-year intervals in which you allow some increase in production. And then you have the monitoring, right? Because you're going to have to work towards the achievement of the desired future condition. So you've got that trajectory, and you're looking at, recharge, the latest science. And so you can have those 5-year intervals, and you can know whether you can actually sustain that increased production, but it should be minimal. And the reason being, cash flow. You cannot afford to mitigate all the wells that are going to need to be mitigated if you grant this 9,000 acre foot permit amendment. You will not have the cash flow. You cannot afford it. And so by choosing the phase in the production, then you're putting off that mitigation. You may be able to fit it into your cash flow scheme. So those are the options that are available to you. I think it's clear what everyone is expecting you to do, and that is to deny the production and export permit. And you are clearly within your rights and within the water code, and your council can help you to find those points in the record and in the proposal for decision that you can stand by conclusion of law and the findings of fact to deny both of those permits. Thank you.
Sally?
This map shows some of the drawdowns, and with this 9,000 acre foot permit goes through. And it's so, the drawdown goes all the way to Flatonia and Moulton, and also it goes all the way to the city of Gonzales, and then you see this last one's doesn't even make it on the board, and that is all the way out 90 to Oak Forest and Monthalia area. There's a drawdown. Thank you. So it doesn't even fit on the map. So recently in the news, there was an alert about 2 foreign terrorists who tried to smuggle a fungus specifically designed to destroy food crops during drought. And luckily they were caught before the plan went through. But it was a close call. And what I'm suggesting is, besides foreign terrorists, in my opinion, we all need to be hyper-vigilant regarding domestic terrorism as well. And we've got the Texas Water Code 36.1132B requires that a district shall manage groundwater on a long-term basis to achieve the desired future conditions and shall consider various factors in determining to grant or deny. Knowingly granting a permit that is expected to result in groundwater production that will exceed the modeled available groundwater in the next few years is arguably not managing groundwater on a long-term basis. The groundwater district has over-allocated our water to be transported to other areas, and the production has exceeded the MAG, and the modeling was wrong, and we are now where they thought we would be in 2080. And a few landowners sold or leased water to the detriment of the whole county, and also they thought they were getting a good deal, but actually they got pennies to the millions on what was made off of that water. And it's just a never-ending change of coming here to get water. Seguin applied for a permit citing it was for community use, and they got the permit and then they sold it to Saws. So that was like a fraudulent permit. I think that should be revoked. And our water goes from San Antonio to Austin, and now this, with this permit, they're gonna go to Georgetown with our water. And there's no mitigation plan for the municipalities of Welder, Smiley, Gonzales, and Nixon, and that needs to be a rule that's changed. Because these small towns can't afford a big well if their well gets damaged. And the recent permit is for 9,000 acre feet, and that is added to the 15,000 acre feet they already have. And also, they plan on taking 75,000 acre feet out of the Guadalupe, and the river is ankle deep in some places. So I don't know where they're gonna, how they're gonna do that. I suggest to the board that they deny this permit. Thank you.
Mark?
I know this evening's kind of lingering on, and I think the people have spoken, so I'll be brief. In February, I asked, with the termination of the mitigation manager, I asked about our well that we were trying to have mitigated, and with that news, said where we stand now, and I think Mr. Teakin said that Link would be allowed to work for another month and finish up what he had started as far as mitigation goes. Anyway, we proceeded with that, and I noticed that I don't know, a couple months later, I think in February, there was a number of times when we met Matt Friedel, discussed the well. Anyway, the well's done. We've submitted a bill. It's quite a bit over the 40,000 amount that the mitigation committee set forth. I don't know where they got that number, but anyway, it costs more than that. And I didn't see anything in here, and I was just wanting to be sure that the board was aware of that and try to get my well driller paid up. Appreciate it. One more thing. We look back trying to find the minutes and the recordings of that meeting when that discussion took place, and it seemed like the recorder went dead on agenda item 9, and this was agenda item 12, I think. So
I will say I do remember that February that Link was going to continue doing his job till the end of that.
Right. That's why I wanted to bring this up and just be sure, since there's not any minutes of it. Appreciate it.
Mary Ann, Minnie, I'm sorry.
I'm weak. Can you hear me? Okay, can you hear me? This poster, which you probably can only see the yellow, is the GBRA leased lands in our district that do not count on all of this that we're talking about. The private landowners have leased to GBRA, so that water will be coming out. Yes, lease. Well, this says leased. I take it for that. Some have sold, but this poster says the leased. Please, I beg of the board to please go by our mission statement and do what you need to do. We're over permitted, we've over given rights to other people out of our area. We've got to start correcting this before we have no water.
Leroy? No. Okay.
Give my time to someone.
This GBRA permit application, it started off, it was a wholly owned subsidiary as Texas Water Alliance of San Jose Corporation out of California. It was sold for about $31 million in 2017. They pocketed a $12.5 million profit. Okay, so a California company files for permits. They call it Texas Water Alliance, but it should have been called California Water Alliance. And so they flip it. It's used for a purpose that's completely different. And they pocket $12.5 million. So that's the kind of thing. And it was mentioned earlier, too, that Shirt Seguin, they came in and got a big chunk of water, 19,000 acre feet a year. And under that permit, then they did some horse trade with saws. And so this is just, it's totally disingenuous permit application and approval. This is what's really got to stop. And this GBRA permit application it's as despicable as they get, the way this whole thing has gone down. But nobody should be allowed to misrepresent in their application and then do a flip, like flipping a house, and then pocket $12 million over in California, sucking all that money out of Texas. Because ultimately, who paid for all that? That came out of Texas, all right? And now they're using state funds to go execute the project. I mean, come on. At some point, you got to go, enough. Give me a break. Thank you.
Braden Clampett.
Good evening. Good evening to everyone out here. Thanks for sticking around. Thank you all for hopefully listening to our concerns. My name is Braden Clampett, and I've grown up in Gonzales my entire life. Thanks to my parents, I developed a deep appreciation for agriculture and plan to continue pursuing that way of life in the future. However, a growing concern in our community has caught my attention: water. There's a saying that I've heard: water is the new oil. And that sentiment is becoming more and more real to me. I had the honor of working for Senator Colcourse during the 89th legislative session, where I observed several bills dealing with water-related issues. Two that stood out were House Bill 1633 and House Bill 1690, both authored by Representative Gerdes and sponsored by Senator Colcourse. House Bill 1690 addresses a serious concern: the lack of transparency in the operations of groundwater conservation districts. It requires these districts to adopt clear rules for informing neighboring jurisdictions about export permit applications that could significantly affect their groundwater resources. House Bill 1633 ensures that groundwater districts must consider the potential impact of new permits on existing landowners, specifically those with exempt wells, before making permitting decisions. It's notable that these bills were necessary at all, given that transparency and fairness should be foundational values in groundwater management. Until recently, I was unaware of the proposed water export permits, something I only learned about through my sister. Thank you, Haley. And you know, that lack of awareness worries me. If this board is not fully aligned with the district's mission, which we've all emphasized, to conserve, preserve, protect, and prevent waste of groundwater resources, then my generation and generations that follow will bear the consequences. Reckless water exports threaten the future sustainability of our county's most vital resource. The community is waking up to this issue. Just look around at the crowd here. Look around at the growing number of signs that are being popped up around the county. We are paying attention. So please remember who you represent. Please make the right decision, because your decisions today will shape the future we inherit tomorrow. Thank you.
Haley Clampett.
My name is Haley Clampett, and I'm a young resident of Gonzales County. My parents are landowners in the northern part of the county, and they did not sell their water rights. I said this at the last meeting, and I'll say it again. I'm here to speak on behalf of those who will live with the long-term consequences of the decisions made by the board in this room. I urge you to say no to granting GBRA this additional 9,000 acre-feet permit. We have already permitted them 15,000 acre-feet that they are not fully utilizing. Why should we permit them more? Let GBRA find water elsewhere. Gonzales County is not their only source for water. We need to prioritize the people who live here. With rapid development bringing hundreds of new homes in the near future, every one of those homes will need a water source. We have to stay sustainable. Our groundwater is not unlimited. We must set firm limits now before it's too late. Thank you.
With that, I think that was the final speaker, but I have to ask the question one that I may have looked over. Jennifer Corwell? I think that's Jennifer. Coyle? Coyle? That name sound? If not,
Some people have left, bro.
okay. It might have got missed. Too many lines on the page to tell if it was a yes or no. So, with that being said, closing the public comments at this time, and we're going to roll into the regular business meeting. The next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Gentlemen, have y'all had time to read over your packets and notice if there's any corrections or questions y'all have?
Mr. President, I reviewed the consent agenda, and I find it to be, I move we approve the consent agenda.
I second.
All right, I have a motion by Mr. Miller and a second by Mr. St. John that we approve the consent agenda as presented. Is there any discussion? If not, Mr. Miller.
Aye.
Mr. Ainsworth. Mr. St. John.
Aye.
Mr. Glass.
Aye.
And myself, aye. Okay. That item 4 would have been to address anything in the consent agenda. There was nothing to do, so we're gonna roll on to item number 5, which we're gonna go into a short executive session, hopefully a short executive session for consultant concerning attorney-client matters. So we are going in at 8:30. Well, we're gonna do ours this way, so we're gonna do our.
How long is it gonna be?
Hour?
It's hard to say. They normally are short, but I can't, till we get down there and get started.
What are the topics?
I just said, this
Discussion.
consultation concerning attorney-client matters. Okay, go.
Where we going?
Downstairs.
We're gonna talk about the permit.
Where we go? Downstairs?
All the way downstairs.
All the way
to dungeon.
downstairs.
Way down there, there's a room.
We can't go? Okay.
Right below us? Yeah,
The conference room?
conference room in the dungeon.
It don't matter, we can stand. We can leave it on for that other, but we'll just close ours.
We're gonna close our meeting.
There's somebody. Lady right back there. We're going to try to get the rules passed. Lady standing right back there. It's going to be good. Oh. Oh, how's the dungeon?
Oh, we didn't go to the dungeon.
Oh.
We went to the commissioner's apartment.
Oh, cool.
We were going to the conference room, but it was locked.
So Deidre's got a key. Judge has got a key.
No, then we just went to the commissioner.
Really? Since when?
Oh, he said, who was it? Said, yeah, there wasn't no lights. We'd be in the dark. I said, no, we don't need to be in no dark.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what I say.
Got room? I got room on this. I want the judge. Ain't working too I want to get the judge on this board. She knows how to run it down. She's been trying to run this one ever since she sat down.
Now, I've been waiting to get something thrown in here.
Yeah, there's a lady back there sitting in front of that window. She got me down there. I said, well, I told her, well, you know, I said, I don't know what kind of delusion you're with. Oh, God, okay. I thought she was pissed her off a little bit. I hope. Yeah.
Are we gonna need the microphone too, do you know?
No, you go right here.
You think it'll pick it up?
Just kind of lean to it.
I'll move it over here when I speak.
How's the river been the last couple of weeks? Muddy as hell.
Actually, it's flowing.
Yeah, it's muddy. All that black land washing down here.
Yep.
All right. We're going to go ahead and call the meeting back to order at 9:06 p.m. And the first thing that I've got is, when I walked back up here, I found a silver hearing aid right on the corner.
That's why you haven't been able to hear all night? Dad, burn.
My battery's dead.
Uh-oh. Can we get a deaf interpreter for that lady?
Okay. You're welcome. I know about them. All right, we came back, no decision, nothing, there was no action taken in the meeting. With that being said, we're going to move on to item number 6, discuss and possibly take action on the draft Gonzales County Underground Water Conservation District Rules Amendments. So,
Can I speak on that first?
go for it, Mr.
Can everybody hear me okay through this speaker sitting here in front of me? Okay. I'm Mike St. John. It was Barry Miller and I that sat on the Rules Committee. We have literally been working on this new rules package for the last 8 months. Numerous calls, I can't even tell you how many, including our expert hydrologist, meetings with our general manager, meetings with the attorney, draft revisions back and forth, on and on and on. Virtually every major rule change benefits the residents of this county, the landowners of this county. And that includes the export fee schedule that is being phased in that makes the water producers pay more money, significantly more money. That's one of the rule changes. One of the big rule changes is what everyone refers to as Rule 19. We are only the second water district that I know of that's made any effort to try to do this. It is a way to ratchet back the water producers or tap the brakes a little bit if we feel it's necessary. It's a very detailed rule. And yes, there's been some references to comments in here. These are all the comments by the water producers objecting to both those two new rules. They don't like them because we're making them pay more money. And if we have to, down the road, it gives us a way to slow down production. One of the other rules that's very much in favor of the landowners and the residents of this county is we have changed the percentage payment system on the plugging rules. Used to be, if you had to have a well plugged, you had to pay 10%. The district would pay 90%. We have changed that to favor the landowner, favor the residents of this county. The district will now pay 99%. The landowner will only pay 1%. So the bulk of these rules are very much in favor of local residents and landowners. Someone in here mentioned earlier that these rules were drafted by the water producers. That is absolutely not true. They have not drafted any part of this. We have not discussed with any of them any of this, other than receiving their public comments and constant opposition to Rule 19 and the export fee schedule. So, Barry, you can address this as well, but I wholly endorse our new rules package, and I encourage us to accept it, and I will make a motion accordingly. I don't know if you want to add anything or not, Barry.
Well, I would like to just echo the comments that Mike made, that these rules, contrary to what's been said, are opposed by the water exporters because it gives us the mechanism to cut back the production as we see problems arising. It benefits the landowners because of mitigation. It benefits the landowners because of the amount of funds that we'll be able to apply to not only plugging efforts, mitigation efforts, but I propose that we do some further enhanced conservation efforts at water conservation with the funds that we're able to generate with these rule amendments. And I've tossed some ideas out here to some folks. We may want to go put new water meters in a small city with these funds and to enhance water conservation. And that's just an idea that I've had. We've had other ideas thrown at us. And Mr. St. John, I move to second the adoption of these rules.
So officially, I'm making a motion.
I thought you did.
I'm officially making a motion that we adopt the new rules as amended.
And I might second that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. With that being said, have a motion by Mr. St. John and a second by Mr. Miller that we adopt the rules that was presented in the draft. Is there any other discussion? Mr. Miller.
Aye.
Mr. Ainsworth.
Aye.
Mr. St. John.
Aye.
And Mr. Glass.
Aye.
And myself, aye.
You know, I'm rolling that wheel. Y'all making this amendment and go ahead and adopt this rule and saying, okay, it's for your benefit. You know, is it really for our benefit? Because it seems like y'all already voted on something and that we don't have a say so in it, and y'all going to say, okay, it's going to benefit y'all. But is it really going to benefit us?
Just the plugging expenses alone obviously benefit the residents.
Do I want to plug it? No, I don't want to plug it.
No, sir. We're only talking about wells that need to be plugged, that fail a camera inspection, fail the video inspection, and then they need to be plugged. Not talking about your well in particular.
Not a debating society.
That's part of the mitigation program. You heard Mr. Plager says that his had been paid for.
Not a debating society.
Or it's going to be like 15,000. It's 25,000 now. I mean, and you only allow 20,000, so there's 5,000 coming into a well that was already there prior to this.
Number, well,
I mean, it's coming out the landowner expense.
I don't have,
Mr. President, point of order.
Building on that, it does not address what we've been speaking about regarding the mitigation cap of $40,000,
There's no
which
mitigation.
this month's expenses for June 10th, which I believe were posted on June 3rd, and then just, I believe yesterday, added the Friedel Drilling Company mitigation for the Player well of $40,000 when it took $56,000 to get mitigated.
all right,
Your manager there just stated that all he's going to get paid is $40,000, and the remaining $16,000, Mr. Blaker has
That-
to pay himself.
well, the motions and the vote has been taken. We take y'all's input, but at this time, the matter is voted on and done. We cannot,
Y'all already decided that export, you know, we're gonna export so much, or people don't want to export. We don't want anybody to take anything from us anymore. I know we can't just say, okay.
Point of order, Mr. President.
you've had,
Point of order, Mr. President.
I've,
They're not even, they got a conflict of interest in their vote.
we had,
He sold his water rights and he's in with the enemy. What's the difference?
we had, all right. My point of right now is, Mr. Escobedo had a time to stand up to speak in public comment. He's out of order, and I had a moment before the vote is there any other discussion? Everything was quiet. It's not. And like I said, it was all brought up. We took in consideration what we've done. The vote is done, and we're moving on to the next item. All right. Item number 7, discuss and possibly take action on the Guadalupe Blanco River Authority permit amendment application, and it's the continuation of the final hearing. It's the continuation of the final hearing. That's this meeting. This has been going on for 3 months now, I think, at least. Continued on. So that's it. So that's just stating the status of it. So, gentlemen, we have an agenda in front of us. Discuss and possibly take action. Y'all don't want to discuss? Do y'all want to discuss anything or take action on anything? What direction?
we've heard from several of the parties tonight, including yourself, that there's some consideration being given to a mediation between the SOHA parties and GBRA. Is that what you told us earlier? Yes, ma'am. You're speaking for Mr. Dunbar tonight.
Well, what I was going to ask is a question about, did we ever approve items A through I under number 3? Did we do that before the break? Yes, that's right. I didn't ask you. I'm asking the board.
I'm not, are you referring to the consent agenda?
Yeah.
Are you referring to the consent agenda? Yes, ma'am. That's already been voted on.
I made the motion.
Okay, so you voted to approve the $40,000 in mitigation already for Mr. Blaker's well? For that to be paid? Did you guys, because that's what's attached to the agenda. And it was attached to the agenda after it was published. By Ms. Martin.
I'm not sure of that, ma'am, and I don't think we're addressing that.
So do you or do you not know if you approved the mitigation funds that were attached? That's my question.
And your consent.
Because general manager. I'm asking the board.
It was not attached late, Autumn.
Pardon?
It was not attached late, it was attached on time, and it was posted online.
You just said 10 minutes ago that it wasn't attached on the 6th when you posted the agenda because you just received it yesterday.
Those are not my words.
In any event, did you or did you not approve only a $40,000 payment for Mr. Flavor's well mitigation?
We did approve $40,000. I got the agenda Friday. That was in my board packet, and I approved it tonight.
So, did you receive a copy of the invoice that says $56,000?
I got a piece of paper that says Western mitigation bills to be paid.
Okay, so you've not seen the original invoice that says $56,000?
I approved what was posted.
I'm sorry, Mark, what did you say?
Because there was discussion, I believe, in February, that it was estimated that the mitigation of Mr. Flager's well was going to be above the $40,000 range based on the type of well it was. And there was discussion that it would be covered. And now there is a line item that says $40,000 is all that's going to be paid, and quote, the landowner is responsible for the remaining amount.
Well,
According to your general manager.
okay.
So did you approve that?
What we're saying is, we approved the $40,000 that was presented in our packet. Okay. Now back to what you,
Presented late in your packet.
no, it was when we got our packets.
The original packet that was published.
I only got one packet, so that's the packet that I got. So, I can't say, if it was late or not. It was Friday, and it was in the packet. Now, to go back to the February meeting, we don't have those minutes here. We do not have anything go back. I distinctly remember saying, Link will work on the mitigation for Mark's well, till Link leaves. I do not recall putting any price tag on it of that. I said, the mitigation will be worked.
Because your manager just said that she would rather go to litigation than pay more than the $40,000. And I wanted to know if that was the board's words.
No, I didn't say that, Autumn,
Is
stop.
that the board's words?
I don't-
A, not on board. B, that's not the agenda item we're on. C, if you would like to present an additional $14,000 or something to be reimbursed, he has the right to do that.
It's been
And I
presented.
suggest he does
It
that.
was presented
All they
to
did
her.
let me finish what I'm saying, please. Autumn, please let me finish.
Go ahead.
All the board did tonight was approve a payment for $40,000 for the invoice they had in their packet. It doesn't say that's all they're ever to pay. That's what they did tonight. If there's more to talk about, let's talk about that. This is the wrong agenda item to have that discussion.
We're on a different agenda, as Mr. Ellis said, but, that bill, that balance can be presented and put on the next month's agenda and discussed. It is not, as Greg said, he can present it.
Thank you.
But it needs to be in the packet that's presented on the website. And y'all's open meetings and open posting rules run amok to what the state law is. And I've been dealing with them for over 30 years. So your attorney should know this a lot better, and your general manager should know it a lot better. And I've looked at your agendas instead of something posted.
We need to get back on the subject at hand.
That's fine.
Okay, back to Mr. St. John had a question, I think, for you, Autumn.
So, yes, sir, what were you saying?
Is Mr. Dunbar's office, on behalf of his clients, entertaining the idea of entering into a mediation with GBRA as a result of this SOHA proceeding? Is that something y'all are interested in?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Then I'm going to make a motion that we defer the ruling for at least 30 days on the GBRA permit amendment to give you guys at least 30 days to see if you can resolve it.
All right. I have a motion on the floor to defer the meeting for 30 days till next month for Mr. Dunbar and his clients to consult. Yeah, and ma'am.
Well, I think our board attorney will participate. We can't be there.
No, the board cannot be there being, so, back to what I was saying. Defer the motion. Defer any action till next month, giving time for Mr. Dunbar and his clients and GBRA and their personnel to meet. And the board's attorney, yes. I meant to say both attorneys, all attorneys.
Mr. Dunbar may require some board members in attendance in that mediation.
Okay, well, as of right now, I got a motion. So, I'm fixing to, that. I did not get a second, so that motion is going to die, due to not having a motion. So, as I said,
I'll second it.
all right, have a motion by Mr. St. John, a second by Mr. Ainsworth to defer action for 30 days to give time Mr. Dunbar and his clients, GBRA and their lawyer, and the boards, and yeah, that's, that is involved in the SOA hearing. Okay. Any other discussion?
He would need to amend his original motion.
Well, it was for the.
It's just to defer our ruling.
Defer the
for
rule,
30 days.
defer to that, so
Right.
that is, it's that the parties involved meet. I might not be saying it the right word, but it's the parties involved. Okay, any other discussion from the board on this? Mr. Miller, nay.
Recuse myself.
Abstained, yeah. Mr. Ainsworth?
Okay, I abstain, Mr. Legal.
Mr. St. John?
Aye.
Accusing yourself, not abstaining.
He has to, required by law to abstain from the vote. That's what he's doing.
I'm sorry, I
Let
can't
Mr.
even hear
Glass.
I can't even hear my board up here. Mr. St. John?
Aye.
Mr. Glass?
Nay.
And that leaves it up to me. The time you wish your name was not the last in the alphabet, being our deal is an alphabet. Nay. that being said, yes, that was a nay. So that being said, there's no action. It dies of a tie. So I'm on.
Can you clarify what dies one time?
Well, that's what I'm working on. I'm not a lawyer. The motion failed, yeah. So the next item on the agenda, the motion.
Mr. President, we need to see if there's another motion on this agenda item.
I'm sorry, Greg.
We need to see if there's another motion on this agenda item.
Okay. Is there another motion for this item number 7?
I'll make a motion, we deny the permit on the export.
Okay.
And on the production permit side of it too.
Okay. I'm getting there. I'm sorry. But Mr. Glass has made a motion to deny the export permit. And along with that, that rolls into denying the production permit. At this time, I have an open motion on the floor of what I just said, deny export permit and deny production permit. So, gentlemen, so there, somebody needs to make. I'll go ahead and make the second. I do want to let y'all know that the vote has not been taken yet, so, all right. I have, all right, so Ms. Voigt can hear. I have a motion on the floor by Mr. Glass to deny the export permit and the production permit. I seconded the motion. Is there any discussion on this? If not, Mr. Miller.
Abstain?
Mr. Ainsworth.
Aye.
Mr. St. John.
I'm a no, so let me explain my answer. I think it was Andy Weir who listed several options when he spoke earlier tonight, and I'm actually in favor of one of those options. I would grant GBRA's permit, but I would stair-step it in. They would get half this additional water in 5. Listen.
Yep.
Listen. They would get half the additional water in 5 years. They would get the other half in 10 years. Listen. Under the previous permit, they get to 15,000 acre feet in 2027, 2 years from now. So until the next 2 years, they can only pump 10,000 acre feet. But in 2027, under their existing permit, they get to 15,000. One of my conditions for the yes vote is I want to see 2 consecutive years of pumping by GBRA at or near that 15,000 acre feet, and then this board gets an opportunity to look at the drawdown effects and see if it's within the modeling guidelines or not.
We're in the middle of vote, so, no, that's not. No, it's a abstain, it's a nay and a yes and a no. So, Mr. Glass?
Aye.
And myself, aye. We still have business to conduct, so please hold it down.
Mr. President, before we move on to that agenda item, just so everybody understands, we now have direction from the board. I have to take a proposal for decision from the administrative law judge, which recommended granting the production permit and denying the export permit. We have to redraft that appropriately, make the changes, explain those changes, and bring it back to you for approval of that final decision. So this is not a final decision tonight. It will be final at the next board meeting, as soon as we get the proper decision drafted up, okay? I can't go into court with no decision. I have to draft exactly what they already voted on, they already decided. But there has to be a final decision draft that fixes the proposal for decision, but this doesn't match.
The permit dies denied.
It's been denied. It has been denied. We have to draft the documents to have the final decision. That's all I'm saying.
You have plenty of ammo in all the filings.
I have to draft it to make the decision so they can have that final document. That's what we're going to do pseudo. Okay? I'd like that to be a good document.
All right, Greg, you good?
Yeah,
Okay.
just understand, it's going to be on next month's agenda to approve that final document.
Okay. Item number 8, discuss and possibly take action on a new permit request to re-equip, alter a Carrizo Aquifer irrigation well for Hardcastle Farms LLC.
Mr. President, I move we approve the permit to approve the irrigation well for Mr. Hardcastle.
Laura, everything met?
I was going to say, manager, has everything been done correctly?
It's an oil and gas well, and all documentation has been completed. It is administratively complete.
Very good, thank you.
Okay.
I made the motion.
All right.
Second.
All right, got a motion by Mr. Miller and a second by Mr. Ainsworth that we approve the new permit request, re-equip and alter a Carrizo Aquifer irrigation well for Hardcastle Farms. Is there any other discussion? If not, Mr. Miller.
Aye.
Mr. Ainsworth.
Aye.
Mr. St. John.
Aye.
Mr. Glass.
Aye.
And myself, aye. Okay. Next item is item number 9, presentation of legislative legal updates from legal counsel. Mr. Ellis, you have the floor.
I really need some water, so it's going to be a little muffled here. I do want to point out, I think we have a very...
There you go, Greg.
Okay, everybody can hear me out okay now?
There you go.
Again, my apologies. This late at night with no water in my mouth isn't going to work very well. We had a very successful session. It was the busiest groundwater session in memory, at least since 1995, and there were certainly more groundwater-related bills filed this session than ever before. The good news is most of them were in favor of what the groundwater districts want. This district supported all of those bills, and almost all of them passed.
There were a couple of big changes. You've heard about a couple of them earlier today. Those two are on the governor's desk. I don't believe he signed either one yet, but I expect him to sign both. We also have a clarification on the DFC process and what happens when a DFC is declared unreasonable and how that affects your management plan. There's also, if a district has petitioned and you create a committee to go out and investigate that petition and determine if the district needs to make changes, make some improvements to that process, and make sure that the districts that participate are reimbursed for their expenses. Probably one of the most important things that passed, of course, was Senate Bill 7, which is a lot of funding for water infrastructure. It focuses on brackish groundwater development, new resource development, and it would also, in conjunction with HJR 7, call for a constitutional amendment vote in November to dedicate $1 billion a year of the state's money to new water development. And I want to point this out. Money deposited to the credit of the Texas Water Fund under subsection A of this section may not be transferred to the New Water Supply for Texas Fund for the purpose of financing the construction of infrastructure to transport groundwater that was produced from a well in this state that at the time of production was not brackish. So brackish groundwater, the New Water Supply for Texas Fund could be used to help build infrastructure to transport brackish groundwater, but it could not be used to transport fresh water. Now, this is the first step we've been able to get the legislature to take since they adopted this 36-122 back in 1997 that is putting any kind of limitations on exports. So we've made some significant progress here. The money can only be used for brackish groundwater development, not freshwater development. So that's a big step forward. On the litigation side, the Supreme Court has already held the oral argument on the Cactus Water case, which has to do with produced water. We're waiting for a decision from the court on that one. On the Cockrell cases, two of those cases, the petitions were granted by the court, meaning they're going to have the oral argument, and they've ordered the other parties to respond to the briefing. That oral argument was scheduled for September. Both of the parties involved have requested that that be extended to sometime later in October or November, so that oral argument will probably occur then. And LCRA's petition to the Supreme Court ordered full briefing by the respondents. One of those briefs has been filed. Another one got an extension time to file that, so I don't expect that to go before oral argument probably until January or so. That is LCRA's appeal of the Lost Pines decision to grant that permit for less than the amount that was requested. So that will help tell us when that, the only thing that's really going to answer for us is when that appeal had to be filed. According to the Third Court of Appeals, it was filed too soon. We'll have to see what they decide on that. Once that's decided, if LCRA wins, they get to go back and have the real argument in court about whether or not the permit should have been granted in the full amount or whether the board is okay granting it for less than was requested. We have to answer any questions about the legislation or the litigation. Yes, sir.
Can you make a quick comment about this, a young man in here previously mentioned this bill 1690 and 1633?
Those are both bills that this district and all of my clients supported. We worked on that bill very closely with Senator Colcourt's office and Representative Gerdes' office. They're both good bills. The one bill deals with requiring notice to all of the potentially affected landowners inside and outside the district that a permit application has been filed. It's going to have a big production amount and it's going to cause big drawdowns. You have to notify everybody that's going to be affected by that drawdown. And the other one was, the other one has to do with considering the impact on exempt use wells. Right now the law says that we are required to consider the impact on other permitted well owners. This would say, and registered exempt well owners. So if we've got an exempt well and it's registered with the district, then we have to consider the impact on that well as well as the other permitted well when issuing a permit.
We supported both of those and they got signed and made it to the governor's desk.
They're on the governor's desk, yes, sir. In fact, one I'm sorry, I don't remember which number it is. One of those two has already been signed by the governor and it has taken effect.
1690 is in effect.
I think that's correct.
Okay, so we're going to presume that these laws will take effect on September 1st, 2025?
The one that's been signed by the governor is already effective.
Okay.
But some of them are effective immediately, some of them are effective in September 1st.
Okay. So are these going to require changes to our rules?
Yes.
You hear that, folks? We're going to have to change the rules
Again.
to state law.
Okay, any other questions? No, sir. Okay, thank you. All right, that took care of that. Item number 10, any other items of interest by the board and direction to management based on items set forth above. The only thing I want to say, Mark, make sure you get your request to the office so it gets on the agenda for next month. Make sure you get your request before you well, so it gets on the agenda.
And that was emailed to all of you guys.
And when was it emailed? When?
I think, I'll have to check mine, but I want to say Wednesday or Thursday of last week, and I think that was the second time.
Never got it.
That's the first I've seen of that. Yeah.
Never got it.
Okay. Okay.
I second.
Gentlemen, I gotta go, but I want to thank y'all for standing for the county. All right?
All right. I have a motion on the floor by Mr. Ainsworth and a second by Mr. Glass, so we adjourn the meeting. Is there any discussion, board? Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Ainsworth? Aye. Mr. St. John?
Aye.
Mr. Glass?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Meeting adjourned at 9:45 p.m.
See how much they like me now that I got us in a lawsuit.
Okay, I think it was the smartest thing you could have done, by the way. Since I'm an evil
I'm sorry
villain,
there's so much noise.
started
and you
to
get your
stand up
speakers.
and make them
But
other
so
items.
that's America.
There's a lot of
Why
companies
don't you
that
have
there was a
that
rumor going around.
It's
Fire.
not right. It's not
I heard that, and I told her.
And I want to stand up and tell this bunch of idiots.
That's
Y'all small-minded people that think we're going to fire law for arguing over a stupid permit.
Yeah, that's what I told her. I said, they got no right. As far as I know right now, there ain't no issues.
That pissed me off.
What I wanted to stand up and say is, I want to when that lawyer's down here yelling at us. Where's the support?
I want to take that list and send every one of them a bill.
You got all everything signed?
Took all my thunder.
You're the next one. I will put you here.
Hey, grab Tony. Tony. I'll get help you with him in the morning.
Yeah, wait, let him be a minute.
That's fine.
Do you know where they got district court?
I don't know. Well, we're here. Well, thank you. We still got to adjourn, so we were all of us. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes. All right. Thank you. We'll try to adjourn real quick. Thank you for coming. Yes. All right, are we ready?
Ladies and gentlemen, if we can have y'all quiet just for a second. Ladies and gentlemen, if y'all could be quiet just for a minute. We still got to close out the Gonzales County Commissioners Courtroom. So order for a moment.
If y'all will give me just 1 second, us as the Commissioners Court, we have to adjourn, and then y'all go right back to talking. So, okay. All right, so Gonzales County Commissioners Court will be back in session due to the fact that our other board has completed their missions. Number 31 is to discuss and consider the effects of a decision made by the Gonzales County Underground Water Conservation District and its impact on Gonzales County. And as far as I can say, I believe we know the results from what we have now, and everybody's here support. All of you being here was a very positive factor in it, and I want to thank each and every one of y'all. So it's going to conclude our meeting for the Gonzales County Commissioners Court. Do I have a motion, Mr. Staten? Had a motion and a second to adjourn. Also, for y'all's information, that Commissioner Brzezowski had to leave early, so we can handle it because we still have a quorum here. So with the motion and a second, all in favor? All opposed? Then we're adjourned. Thanks to everyone here, and we did it.